Hello everyone, I'm the Nerdy Fool and welcome back to Rogue Trader. We've ended off dealing with a mutiny going on. Gene Stealers have taken over large portions of the ship. We know our Infernus Master was part of that group, and we ended up down in the bowels of the ship, but we're now ready to go back to the bridge because apparently it's under attack or has been captured by the Gene Stealers. So we are trying to take it back. So let's head there and see what awaits us. Sure, collect that and leave the area. Oh, we can change up our team. Do I want to? Irelia is injured with a crippled arm, which is lowering her ballistics by 20%, or by 20. Probably not ideal to keep her on the team. Who would I replace her with? We could go with Argenta, though I'd have to level her up a bunch. But Argenta would be another good, you know, backline ranged character. Yeah, sure. Argenta probably makes sense to be fighting against Gene Stealers anyway, being a sister of battle. Why not? We'll kind of rush through the level ups. Hopefully it won't take too long. And hopefully we won't go straight into combat. I did get the new DLC, so that should be installed. I don't know at what point we're going to get the new companion or how that storyline plays out, since I think we were supposed to meet him on Rykad Minoris, but obviously that's long gone. An exact copy of you sits on the throne, a sinister double crawled into this reality from behind the looking glass. His gaze meets yours, and the world expands sharply, crushing you with an overwhelming sense of your own insignificance. From somewhere far away across millions of light years, a god is looking at you through those eyes. He sees you and he is hungry, insatiably, unquenchably so. His very presence is unbearable. It washes over your mind, twisting and crushing it. You feel a wet crack inside your skull, and blood comes pouring out of your eyes and nose. Well, that's gross. You hear stifled groans behind you. Even standing near this entity is torturous for anyone who possesses psychic power. So that would be Heinrichs and Cassia. Assuming Cassia counts. Navigators are obviously different. You are snapped out of your stupor by Raver's harsh bellow. Master Hellman's eyes are empty, his pale lips curling in fury. Not one step further, void scum. I sentence you to death for endangering the Lord Captain's safety. Okay, so they do think that he's the real one, and that I am an imposter. Either infected or exposed to a psychic influence. Both cases call for immediate termination. However, you saw me fall to the lower decks in the elevator with your own eyes. Wound Raver, you're not yourself. I must stop you for your own good. Or attack him. Out of my way, fool. Raver, you saw me fall to the lower decks in that elevator with your own eyes. Grok shit, the Lord Captain never left the bridge. We dropped the elevator to keep the mutineers out. Alright, then I'm gonna wound you. Hopefully we don't have to kill all of our senior officers. Though the Infernus Master is dead already. You are not yourself. I must stop you for your own good. That doesn't look like a wound, but okay. However, tries to catch you in his sights, but falls to the deck before he can steady his hand. There is bloody foam bubbling from his mouth. No, the Lord Captain's in danger. I must protect. He stops, his chest rising and falling heavily. He is badly wounded, but he will live if he receives help soon. Your doppelganger remains seated and motionless on the throne, but his posture betrays the tension of a predator ready to pounce. He catches your gaze, and the vessel of your soul overflows with a cascade of images and feelings. You hear a song, a chorus of countless whispers that weave a tantalizing melody. You feel a unity with something great and beautiful. It is bigger than you, bigger than the ship, and everyone on it. Willpower 50%. That's different. Is that with the update? They changed how that is reflected? Or is this just a 50% regardless? Because normally it would be willpower plus 20 or something. Willpower 50% is unusual. Hey, pseudonym, welcome. So I can smile at the imposter. I do not fear you. So yeah, the question is this a willpower minus 60 that just happens to be 50% because of my level of willpower? And they're now displaying the percent? Or is this something we haven't seen before where they just have a check that is 50% regardless of what your skill is, and they adjusted the difficulty to match? Which seems unlikely. I'm assuming they're changing how they're displaying their numbers. I do not fear you. Ah, we failed. We failed a willpower test. That is crazy. 59 on the 50 that we needed. Your twin leers back. With razor-sharp teeth, his grin rips into your mind, and a primal dredge slithers in through the gap. It is a terror woven into the genes of every living thing, the paralyzing fear of the natural predator of one species. There is nothing human in the smile emanating from that face you know so well. Get off my throne. A rumbling growl shudders through every nerve ending in your body. It is the roar of a beast defending its territory. The throne is no longer yours. It was never yours in the first place. What are you? We know he's some form of tyrannid, gene stealer. The whispers grow stronger, conjuring visions of strange worlds inhabited by unthinkable creatures. Or is it a single creature? It has unity, meaning, purpose, and perfection. It is magnificent, and next to it, you are nothing. You're a sentient creature. You're also capable of negotiating, are you not? We're not going to negotiate. I'll let you have the throne 50% of the time. Dogmatic. Your very existence offends the Emperor. In his name, I cast you down into the abyss. We're probably going to go with that choice. I've done the impossible before, and soon your death will become simply another page in the chronicle of my deeds. It's not a bad statement. Or I will end you, Xenos. Your very existence offends the Emperor. In his name, I cast you down into the abyss. A ripple of dissonance runs through the chorus of voices as they screech in anger, vexation, defiance. The song no longer carries a sense of overpowering superiority. The bridge shudders as a crushing roar billows across it. Behind the facade of that leering face, you glimpse the monstrous shadow, the shadow in the void that wants only to devour you.
Smite the xenos!
Alright, so they are not going to give me a chance to level up Argenta. Well, that's really bad. Because she's now significantly lower level than the rest of us. And if she dies, which she very could to just a handful of attacks, it's going to tank our willpower. Or our morale. Resolve? Whatever that tracker is called. So yeah, your sire... 2,000 health. So was Ravor actually one of them as well, or is he like the only not gene stealer among them? Don't know. Okay, and we've got even more of them back here. The fact that everyone on bridge is a gene stealer except for Ravor makes me suspicious of him. So where do I put people? Alright, Cassia, we'll put you back here, I guess. I'm thinking we have our people try and clear out the back and sides. Cassia can just sort of blast forward with her third eye. If no one else is up here. Yeah. So then for our character, there is no good cover. So we'll just stand back. Argenta, I need you out of there. That doesn't count as cover. I could put you theoretically here, but Gene Stealer's in the way. So yeah, there's no cover I can really put her in either. But I definitely want you pulled back, because she has a sniper rifle, which I'm probably going to use as opposed to the bolter. Bolters don't seem good in this game, which is kind of shocking, because bolters should be amazing. Fight defensive? Yeah, that's kind of my thought. Let's put you back here to block their way. And then probably Heinrichs and Pascal can work over on these guys. Pascal can go anywhere. Pascal can get all the way to here. Amuses me how he can just get completely behind enemy lines. We'll put you in a tiny bit of cover for what little it's worth. But I want Heinrichs here so that he can at least try and stop any of them from running towards Cassia. But she'll get her third eye blast, hopefully on most of them, before anyone else has a chance to move. Yeah, this is all real bad. I want that one gone so that we have at least a section of safety. I guess first we'll do the usual, give Ignatius his turn to light himself on fire. Do I just run and gun, or do I orchestrate flames? Because this probably is going to take a few turns rather than just me winning it in a single round. Also, what is your deal, sire? Anything unusual you got going on? Crazy dodge, decent armor, lots of health, and movement, so he can get around fast. Natural armor, so if we can drop its health, its armor will go down. Critical hit chance is increased by 2 times agility bonus. Each critical hit inflicts the terrified effect. Okay. Powerful leap, so you can get around even easier. Mind control. Psykers target makes a willpower resistance test with a -40 penalty. On a failed test, that target is forced to fight against its allies for 2 rounds. Can you imagine if he managed to win that on Ignatius? 2 rounds of him using his psyker powers on everyone else. Coordinated trap, call the void. Okay, so you don't have the thing that means you take extra damage from psychic abilities. That is a shame. But yeah, I could probably line up. Like if I went here with a run and gun, I could line up a good hit on a whole bunch of them with a Melta. Which is tempting.
Not a problem for me.
So I can get into that line. If I went here and Melted, I'd kill 2 of the weaker guys, granted. Heavy damage to one of the sort of mid-tier, and then a bit of damage on that big guy in the back. Or do I want to orchestrate flames on myself? It does no damage. Oh, man. We're going to have to take him out with psychic abilities. No one else is going to be able to do any significant damage. With 2,000 health and everyone doing like 30 damage, it's got to be done with psychic abilities. If I did ignite instead, that would I'd only hit a single target, sadly. But then I could still orchestrate flames on myself. No, I think mass attacks is going to be critical to winning this. Just hitting as many as I can.
Suits my purposes.
If I have to light myself on fire on occasion, it is what it is. Okay. Oh, and we did take out that other one, probably because the attacks bounce off. I could actually still go. Revel in Slaughter because we killed 3. I could still orchestrate flames then. That works out well for me. Why am I so hurt? I shouldn't have hurt myself that much when I cast. What happened there? When did I take damage? Because I don't think it would have been me lighting myself on fire. I did 19 damage to myself. Usually I resist a bunch of it. Feels like that hit harder than it usually does. Not really sure why. Shadow in the Warp did 10 more damage. That's why it's looking so big. I don't know what Shadow in the Warp is. And then 11 more damage to me. Alright, what is Shadow in the Warp? Because I am taking lots of excess damage. Mental Onslaught reduces my willpower, that's fine. Shadow in the Warp. The character suffers 8 to 12 direct damage when using any Psyker or Navigator power. Oh dear. Nightmare Shadow spawned from the Sire's mind and the minds of his offspring has blocked out the glow of the Warp's energies. Every time I use a Psyker power, I'm going to be hit for 8 to 12 damage. If Cassia gives me a turn, I'm going to kill myself by overusing psychic powers.
Nothing I can't do.
And that hits me again, but it reduces my burning damage, or at least it should. Take 26 wounds to remove some effects. No. Dash doesn't help. Yeah, there's a lot of bad news happening here. I don't know what to do about that. Something that's just damaging me with every casting of a psychic power. I have no idea what to do about that. And then I guess let's pull back a tiny bit for what little it matters. Okay, which means if she uses this, she's gonna get hit for a bunch. Gonna have to lean on your team? I know. Because I was planning on having her do all of her navigator powers as well. Let's boost Ignatius so that what attacks he does are worth it. And give him more toughness.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Strategic use instead of machine gun? I guess. That hits all of them up there. Which I think is the goal. Although it's doing so little damage to each of them. But it should stun them. And that's something.
If I may.
So they're all hit with lidless stare. Some of them caught fire. That's useful. And it didn't actually do any damage to her, even though that was a navigator power. because she's somehow not suffering from the same effect. Why do we have Shadow in the Warp? I don't know. I guess I probably should put down these effects somewhere. I mean, Pascal ultimately can't hit all of them because they're just slightly too spread apart. Let's see the initiative. So after Cassia is going to be Ignatius's turn again, and then Argenta is going to be worthless, and then Heinrich's. Pascal is really late, so I should probably put our front line wherever Heinrich's is going to be. He's probably going to take on this guy. Let's give you the dodge bonus, Cassia, because I want you to survive.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
And for now, you can give your crit bonuses to them. Sure.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
When you turn that effect off, what effect? The effect on us, the shadows in the warp. Showing duration permanent. The source is myself is the claim. So it's not even an enemy effect that came on me from the sire, where if I killed him it would go away. I might need to have some of my allies just spend turns healing me, which would feel a little silly. Now, I could use the Inquisitor's Tenant, but we're right there on the edge that it kind of feels almost unneeded. I'm wondering if I can get a bunch of them to move. If I can somehow get our motivation up that tiny little bit and not have to not have to waste that ability now. Save it for later. No, it barely didn't cross. That is a shame. Okay. So do I use this? Would raise momentum. Is that going to put out our burning? Is that how our burning went out last time when I was confused how it went out so quickly? Because it removes all common negative effects. So does she need to use this before we light ourselves on fire? Probably does. But there's no one else better to use that on. Or to use her ability on. But we are going to wreck ourselves. Keep ourselves healed. Yeah. Unfortunately, I have no way to do that. So if I gave Ignatius the free turn. Let's see. After our self is Argenta, then one enemy, and then Heinrich's. Heinrich's has a couple of healing abilities. Argenta technically does 2 with med kits, but I don't think she'll be able to get over there. But if I can make sure I don't die, except potentially from this specific alkalite, Heinrichs can do some amount of healing to us. Or I just hold off. That'll give a chance for others to heal me without me killing myself because I don't have the free extra turn. I don't know. I feel like killing enemies fast is important.
Me?
Yeah, we're doing it. Is it going to put out the fire on me? Didn't. Okay, so that isn't how we lost our fire. Alright, finest hour on Ignatius.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
So I could do Incinerate or Firestorm. They're kind of the same. We've got a bunch of enemies that are on fire. Firestorm is the 2 AP, right? Well, currently free, but... let's Firestorm you.
All too easy. Come before my might, filth!
There's high momentum back. Perfect. Sire just has so much. Might as well revel in slaughter again. I think we just keep firestorming since it hits everyone up front. That guy's dead now. Sire's taken some good damage. Once more. That'll finish off this guy and do a bit more damage to Sire.
Not a problem for me.
Hang on, what? No. Am I doing so well in the first turn that you've suddenly added more enemies? Also, my health is still fine. Am I not taking extra damage? I wonder if I could position things so I can somehow hit multiple. Or do I just keep focusing down you? Because the sooner Sire is dead, the better off we are, I'm sure. That's tempting. I've got a whole bunch of attacks I could just melt directly into Sire. Oh, we don't want to hit Heinrichs, though. What's the bubble? That's a great question. What do you have on you? Obviously the warp burn. Void shrouded. Creatures immune to all damage for 1 round. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's not waste our attacks on you, I guess. Yeah, that'd be bad. Okay, so we want to take out minions. And by minions, I mean all of these big guys. If I lit you on fire, I could then do the same fire burst to take out the 2 of them. Don't really want to hit Pascal, but we have given him similar protection from fire. Do a similar thing on you guys, but then Heinrich would get hit, which isn't great. Let's start there. So light you on fire. Yes. And is that damaging me at all? says it did 11 more damage. Yeah, I am slowly taking damage. Okay. I think the abilities Cassia used on me raised my toughness and gave me enough temporary health that my damage no longer looks as bad. So then if we Firestorm, does it not reach you? Well, that is disappointing. Because I can't use it on this guy because Ignite would just kill him in a single hit. I mean, I can take out this neophyte. I might as well. You're dead. You're nearly dead. Then we can Melta through the two of you. That will take out him and him. Perfect. And you. Excellent. I guess I should hit run and gun now so that any future kills counts towards my 3 kills to get rid of it with Revel and Slaughter. There's you. Ideally, I'd get another line where I can take out more enemies. Like if I can get into a line back here and strike the 3 of them, that would feel pretty good. Barely not. Let's slightly adjust positions. Okay, that's hitting those 2. I kind of wanted to also hit this guy in the back. Are you just out of sight or out of range? Probably out of range. That's probably a terrible angle. Maybe there? There we go. That's what I'm looking for.
Suits my purposes.
So we run back. Succeed at the parry.
Losing me was your biggest mistake.
Okay, I've got 2 action points left. Let's take out the 2 of you.
All too easy. Nothing of value has been lost.
Health-wise, I'm still okay. We're back to high momentum. We might have already been at high momentum. I should use steady superiority to get an additional attack.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
And then, enemies-wise, we have Sire there. And is it just these 2 guys left? You and you? Any way to pull off hitting them both? Definitely not that. No, I think I don't have enough movement to get into a position. Well, let's focus on you then. Because that's just a 58 health guy who doesn't really matter. I could melt a you without hitting Pascal, please. And that probably kills you. Let's do that. And it does. My health is getting so low. Down to 43 left. Can I just kill you with an Ignite? I can.
Not a problem for me. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Alright. All we have left is Sire. I've already run and gunned and reveled and slaughtered this turn, so I can't use either, sadly. Do I just try and melt to you anyway? I guess I can't see you from back here. Which means you probably can't see me either. For good or bad. I can. So we can try this. It's probably going to get nullified, which means I'm just taking damage for no purpose. But I feel like I should at least try anyway. nothing else to do with my turn. Or I could use Inflame, which will make you take even more damage. In theory. Let's try Inflame. And do that before we step forward. That way, if I want to stay in cover, I haven't moved myself out of it. So Inflame theoretically should damage you. 1456. Yeah, still 1456. You are immune to damage, but your burning damage does go up. So we're just going to have to end our turn. Because there's no purpose to doing anything else. I can orchestrate flames on you. I can't. Because I can't see you.
Have time for this.
I'd have to be able to see you, but that would make sure that you stay on fire. You can't put it out with your toughness. Or willpower, whatever it is.
Suits my purposes.
So in future turns, you will still be on fire. So we do that. I am at 2 health left. I might have made mistakes because I think I'm going to die before it gets to someone's turn that can save me. Can I heal myself? No.
Absolutely not.
Please?
Not my specialty.
It's odd that it allows me to carry them if I'm not trained to use them or not able to use them. Or maybe you just can't use them on yourself. Definitely shouldn't have attempted that last attack then, because otherwise I'd have enough health left. Or if I hadn't inflamed, I was taking 1 damage a turn. Either way, yeah, I think I've just killed my character. Cassia, your turn's over. It's going to get back to us. I'm going to take my fire damage and die. Mistakes were made. That's what that means. I didn't take my fire damage. Is it the end of my turn? I mean, it doesn't matter if that's the case.
I'll pass.
I could run over here to Argenta. Silly death. Yeah. I can run over to Argenta in the hopes that she can rescue me somehow. Revel in Slaughter. Is there anything I can do to help myself in this circumstance? I'm thinking the answer is solidly very no. I just goofed that up. Please heal me.
I don't have time for this.
You definitely have time for this. I just can't remember if the burning is at end of turn, and therefore I'm just about to die right here. Okay, I gotta skip my turn. There's no point in attacking. I didn't die. Can you pull out the really good healer kits? Large medikit is 25, advanced is 33. Removes burning. Not thrilled by that. Well, I guess they all remove burning. Okay, so if I equipped that on you, unable to equip in combat. Really? Well, that's tedious. Alright, well...
This is unacceptable.
Why are you not able to medkit me? She can use it on him.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Why are we not an option for healing?
I refuse. I will not.
That doesn't make sense to me. So it's not that she's not able to heal. She can heal herself or Ulfar. But she can't heal me. Already dead?
This is unacceptable.
Huh. I wish they gave me more information about what makes me unhealable. Do I have an effect that means I can't be healed? I made a vow not to tend to my wounds until the ship is purged of heresy. Oh dear. I did this to myself. Good. Good. Well, now we know. That's good stuff. This is how you win the game. So I switched in Argenta, who is super low level and going to die because she's low level. And I couldn't level her up. But yeah, there's nothing for us to do this turn. Because he's just immune. And I've killed everyone else. Possibly I didn't need to kill literally everyone with my character who was taking damage from my attacks. Extra stupid death. Yeah. I mean, if we lose, then I just retry again and make smarter choices. But yeah, I think everyone else just has to skip their turn because there aren't actually any enemies left. Which is sort of awkward. Let's just throw everyone in cover, even though I don't think it's going to attack with ranged attacks. There you go. Ow.
Predator does not become prey.
And you are attempting to mind control Cassia. Did that succeed? Clouded Mind. Creatures under the Sire's control. This effect can be removed with medkits or the Get Back in the Fight, Invigorate, or Regeneration ability. Okay. You're no longer immortal. That's good. So let's do rapid fire. Devastating attack, I think, is only for melee, maybe? Yeah. We'll go confident approach.
Do this better than a warrior of the All-Father.
And concentrated fire. So then we take our shots on you. 69%. I don't think Cassie is in that range. Nor should anyone else be. So take your shots.
My strike is ruin.
Then we could do run and gun to get another attack. This time with your strike. And then kick. Just because.
So it shall be.
Then let's get between you and it. Or move you between it and everyone else. So hopefully it can't get to Cassie again. Someone else is going to have to get her to snap out of it, hopefully. Except she is top of the initiative, and Pascal is not going to be the one to snap her out of it. Did Heinrich's not get a turn? Oh, he did. I moved him there. Right. He essentially didn't have a turn because there wasn't much for him to do. Let's see. Get back in the fight, invigorate, or regeneration. Regeneration is something Heinrich's has. I don't remember get back in the fight or invigorate. An officer. She's our only officer, so that doesn't help. Get back, invigorate. Invigorate is the other psychic healing ability. So Heinrich's or herself could get her back in the fight. Or someone with a med kit. You have a skin patch, but not a proper med kit. Do I think that'll be enough? I could try it. You'll take an attack of opportunity. Maybe. It just removes a trauma. It's not a proper med kit. And the Medicae Mechadendrites doesn't count as a med kit. I definitely should have had people equipped with med kits, apparently. Poor planning there? Yeah, it's never been needed before. But yes, it is poor planning. Things have gone too easy for us in the past. That's what I'm chalking this up to. Just killer 2? Probably not that. I could. Ooh. So, devastating attack, is it? You have... No, it is where it hurts. I could have all of his damage over time effects hit all at once for 3 instances. So that 130 fire damage I could get to be reapplied 3 more times, which sounds pretty good. First, let's analyze enemies. Could I make it go up? Sadly, no. I mean, each turn Ignatius technically could, but if he does anything else in combat, he dies. And frankly, I'm surprised he didn't die on his turn. Extra instance of damage from these effects. They must pass a resistance test. The effect and type of resistance test depends on the initial. So for burning, you will be slowed. That sounds pretty good. For 1 action. We'll reburn you. And you may be slowed, I don't know. Intimidation. Maybe. Bonus dodge. No. I could take 46 wounds to give him a 46% bonus to damage. I think that's worth it, probably. And then we'll do where it hurts, followed by sweep, which should make him bleed, as well as doing crazy damage. Oh, come on. I took out your sire. Oh, I didn't take out your sire. Should have taken out the sire, but got to some magic level where he instantly stopped taking damage mid taking damage. It's not okay, game. And then I guess heal the damage you took on yourself.
The function is 1.
Okay. This is a poorly laid out fight in my mind. Just having enemies randomly show up mid-turn. Also, if you do enough damage, it just negates it. That's pretty rough. But yeah, I'm gonna have to let the rest of the party do everything.
It's unacceptable.
Well,
You
Argenta's down
to me.
because I couldn't level her up before the fight started.
Focus. Van Kellogg's.
Heinrichs is going to go down soon. That's shocking.
Soul guides me.
Yeah. They just showed up. They get full actions where we're all out of position because there's nothing we can do. Super rough. And this guy just being immune to damage, even mid-strike, is kind of crazy. Did Ignatius go down? I think he did. Yeah. So Ignatius and Argenta are down. And Cassie is mind controlled. What a well-designed fight. Okay, Heinrichs, how can you save the day? And there's no knowing when this fight will actually be over, because apparently killing all the enemies on the field doesn't end the fight. So I think we want to do regeneration. Just to help you out because you're taking a lot of damage.
I won't go down.
Oh, right. You're being affected by the psyker power thing. Because of course you are. Yeah. So even all of his buffs to himself can't really be done. Man, this is so BS. I wonder if psychic force counts as a psychic power. Yeah, it counts as a major psychic power. I think it'll count. I need more med kits, so if we reload, that's something I can do. You'll take an attack of opportunity stepping here, but then I can cleave
The Emperor
and hit
is on our
2 of
side.
them. Okay, you didn't take the attack. But you're doing basically no damage. I could give him Iron Arm for huge bonus to strength and toughness, but then take a bit of damage.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Endure costs an AP that I can't justify spending at the moment because I want to cleave instead. And that's going to be your turn. I'll admit I went into this unprepared, but also nothing in the game thus far has led to me needing to be prepared for this.
Don't know.
Okay, Heinrichs is down.
Damage to bulk.
Ulfar, can you as a space marine do anything about what we're going through? Problem is, his accuracy is so garbage. Like, even being point blank against enemies. I mean, he's actually showing good numbers here for once. But historically, nope. Historically, he does like 60% chance to hit. But yeah, I could just shoot directly into this aberrant as a thing to do. But ideally, I'd like to take out this sire. But you never know if he's just going to ignore half the damage I'm doing. But okay, rapid fire.
For battle.
And then we should still be confident approach, yeah? Can't tell. Yes, we already are confident. So concentrated fire. And then blast 6 more shots.
Comes Father's worthy instrument!
so little damage. Like, the only one who can actually do real damage to our enemies is Ignatius, who's down now. Okay. And you can't do run and gun because you're winded. So there isn't going to be a melee attack unless devastating attack will trigger off of kick. And it might.
It shall be.
That's the best we're going to do with him. Oh, and a free reload. That's nice. Ignatius and personal healers crew. Unfortunately, he can't get healed himself, which I think is a little lame. But probably don't waste all of his health casting psychic powers on the small fries. Like, any single target spell is not worth it. I mean, unless Ulfar can win this by himself, which I'm not going to fully rule out. Never mind. They're whittling him down quickly enough. Okay, Pascal's down. This is just insane.
Help me, Lord Captain!
Oh, are you back on my side, or are you asking for help while you're also betraying us, Cassia? Because I think that's the case. Okay, Ulfar's down. Cassia's down. Ulfar gets one more turn because he doesn't die on the first turn he goes down. So now we're just waiting for them to finish killing him. Wow. This is just absurd. Well, let's do more of the same.
Than a warrior of the All-Father. Corpse play. Wolves. Feel the icy bite of death.
Okay. Then we'll cut into you
Is thunder.
and kick.
His ruin.
Okay, it's your turn to finish us off.
My Keramat hide is
As Ulfar by himself stands against a horde of gene stealers. My guess is it's not going to work out.
like a pop.
But the crowd of enemies is so thick, a lot of them can't get to him. That counts for something. All they can do is spit at him. And meanwhile, Sire is burning. Not by much, probably.
My saga is near its glorious end.
Okay, you've got another turn. I don't suppose you have any means of healing yourself, right? No? Heroic sacrifice. Probably not.
Wolves ready.
Rapid fire. I'm just going to try and take down Sire. Just to see what it does for me. If anything. Maybe the rest of them will stop.
So it shall be. The All-Father's worthy instrument.
34 health left. Maybe the kick. Let's do a devastating attack and then a kick. There. The rest of you, give up. Your leader's dead. I'm thinking probably not. Okay. I think this is the first time we've actually had a full party wipe. So let's load the last save. Now we know a lot better about what's going on up there. Yep, start new game. Yep. Clearly we played poorly. Just start over from the very beginning. If we had our Bites friend, that would have made all the difference. Oh no, we don't want Argenta here. Wait. I'm able to level her up now? Because that was not the case before. Do we want Argenta? Or do I want Irliet? Because I'm thinking I want Irliet because I think she's a lot more powerful. So yeah, that's an autosave. The autosave even shows Irliet, but when we get in, it's Argenta. That is amazing. So let's go back to when we had Irliet in the party. Because we know she hits hard. And Argenta has historically not been awesome. I was just hoping to bring her for any story bonuses, but I don't think so. Let's go through the party and actually get our inventory better. So we know we can't heal ourselves. Yeah. This only helps us against demons. Do I have anything better? Like, hopefully something that makes me immune to random psychic damage from dumb abilities. My guess is no. Oh, you're good. Plus 10 willpower and 15% damage to psychic and navigator powers. Penalizing weapon skill and ballistic skill. We'll go with you. Yeah, longer fight might be easier. Clearing out everything but Sire, yeah. I think you're right that I got through it too fast, so they just kept swarming on enemies before my team had chances to even move or act. So I'm not sure the medkit is really important for us. Could grab some fire grenades. The fact that I am not allowed to heal, and again, it's my fault. Burning 6 is so terrible. Drop Heinrichs? That's fair. That's fair. Fire grenades and inflame. Yeah. That might be the call. And theoretically, we could... Well, I was going to say we could use our sniper rifle, but this cowl penalizes my ballistic skill. I don't know. Pascal, you definitely need med kits. Let's just grab... I don't know if we need the advanced ones. You can have one advanced, and then a couple of the larges. And what's this? Bonus to strength, weapon skill, penalty to willpower. That's probably fine. I might use that on you. So you think I should get rid of Heinrichs? And maybe switch in for Abelard? There's an idea. Not sure what to do with you, Cassia. I mean, not really anything you're going to do. Don't light yourself on fire? I mean, typically I don't do much damage to myself. And the extra psi rating is very powerful. Because I take minimal damage from fire. I think most of the damage I was taking was not from the fire. It was from the every psychic power does damage. Eldari plasma grenades? Probably not. But I'm thinking maybe just stun grenades. The ability to stun enemies sounds like it'd be pretty good. It's a pretty big area. Although, how many of them are going to pass toughness tests? Probably a lot of them. I don't know. She's got good abilities that I don't think it really matters. I doubt she's going to actually use her turn on any of this. Ulfar, you can't grab med kits or any of the stims. Interesting. You can get some healing stuff. Probably not a terrible call. Then some crack grenades. And lastly, Iliat. Probably give you the Eldari grenades that I don't have anyone else use because it would feel bad. Xenospasm grenades. 50 to 70 damage. Hello. And I'll give you the better medkits as well. So that's that. If we click here, it'll then ask our team. So if I then say, I don't want Heinrichs, I want Abelard. But then we click X. No. How did we get into a state where the game thought we were still standing here, but we had Abelard? Because Abelard is low level, right? Yeah. I don't think I want to bring Abelard if he's that much lower, and I don't have a chance to level him up. Oh, we can remove traumas. We have the skin kits, whatever. Pascal, let's have you grab a skin patch.
You are authorized.
Please use that on Earliet.
Shutdown is premature.
Your technology is limited, but I am grateful.
Jai? Ugh, not Jai. Doesn't that remove traumas? Yeah. Traumas, not injuries. No, that's a trauma. So why did that not work? It's quick save. Am I not understanding how... We went over this before. These cure the traumas, the others cure injuries.
Initiating.
There we go.
Protocol.
Good.
You have offered me another chance.
So she's not going to be going into this with that penalty. And you're really not going to allow me to switch out to Abelard. Because yes, I could grab Jai because she's nearly the right level. But we'd be losing one of our frontline characters, but maybe that doesn't matter. Because ultimately, I just don't want someone who's going to be taking tons of damage every time they use a psychic power. And Heinrichs isn't that powerful if he doesn't have his psychic powers. So maybe I do slot in Jai. Thing is, Abelard fills the same role as Heinrichs, just without the psychic powers, so he would be a perfect fit there. But the game's just not going to let me. Although, if I reloaded, apparently the reload to an autosave would load me in a state where someone was in the party, but I was still down there, and I could level up. Which is sort of awkward. That's a state the game recognizes I'm in, but doesn't allow me to actually go into intentionally. I may also make that willpower save this time. I'll just go through the same options. Goodbye, Ravor. 60% this time. Yeah, so they're showing me the percentage rather than what the difficulty modifier is, which is what they showed before. So let's try it again, and we now have a higher chance because the hood I'm wearing gives me a higher willpower. I do not fear you. Success this time. Doppelganger peers into your smile, displeased, concerned. From the imperious look in his eyes, he expects submission, but there's no submission or fear in you, and this inspires terror. Get off my throne. Whoa, nope. Dogmatic votary. And then dialogue. So let's see if we still have that effect in place, and I'm sure we do. But maybe succeeding at that test means that I no longer have all the penalties.
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy.
Let's see. If we look at ourselves, yeah, we still have Shadow in the warp. That's such a terrible power. Alright, so probably more of the same. We'll move Cassia there. Ulfar we had back here to sort of guard your back. We're probably going to blast down this line again because I think that's a fairly good starting point. Earliet. I'd love to have in cover, but cover that we can see around. She's not going to be able to sidestep, so I think that's going to fully block line of sight. So maybe I put her in Cassia's spot and move Cassia somewhere else. Ugh. Because putting her in cover helps. Jai, pull you back. Pascal, you're going to be over here to deal with these people. Yeah, I'm not thrilled that I'm going to have to rely on my allies. It's not how I typically build this. I could have Cassia give the free turn to Irliet instead, and she can just take shots at the various enemies. I don't know. Problem is, it just doesn't do the kind of damage that we do. Whatever. Let's get it started and see how it goes. So first, we will boost our character.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Then more boosting of our character.
If I may.
I still think lighting ourselves on fire is the best starting point.
Nothing I can't do.
We do take all the hits. 28 fire damage to ourselves. That's rough. Then we run and gun. Step back here. And Melta.
Let's see how they respond to this. None shall survive.
That gets us to high momentum. Orchestrate flames on ourselves.
Already done. I'll live another day.
And I think I won't bother with steady superiority because I'm not going to be wanting to do tons of extra psychic attacks in a turn. So we'll leave the momentum high. That'll get us back to Cassia's turn. Or she gives it to Irliet? Maybe? Are we ruling out ever using this on Ignatius? Well, no, I guess Jai should have the same ability. So she could use it on Ignatius later if we think he needs a turn. I didn't realize how bad the I won't heal until we take it back was going to matter. But it is wrecking me. So first, let's give the rear bonus here.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Dodge bonus
I'm
there.
not accustomed to being ordered around.
And sure, frontline bonus on these guys.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I have no real plan of what to do about you getting ready to just murder Ignatius. That's all not part of the plan. We can probably hit a lot of you with this, which should do some stuns. Alright, I can't hit you and them, and I think hitting them is more important.
Me? If you insist, Lord Counsel.
So that's that. Then I think point of curiosity to group them up, if we can. Makes reasonable sense. If we can get this one to move farther in, away from Ignatius, that would also be good.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Perfect. No, I don't think that's going to help me. This one we probably do want to trigger this first round. But okay, let's give this bonus to Irliet.
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
I think she was... I'm trying to remember the initial initiative. I think she was like right here. So if I did end her turn within my sights, she should get an extra free attack off, which would feel pretty good. First of all, you are going to be marked as prey.
kingdom is beneath me.
You guys are only rank 4. Or do I have you focus on this one back here as a higher priority? Don't know. I guess I can give lots of boosts. There's a question. Let's grab this.
If I must.
I don't want to waste all of her action points on just minor increases to damage and whatnot, because it's probably better for me to just take shots. So these are all showing 0 AP, which confuses me.
If it serves your cause.
I mean, if they're all going to cost 0 AP,
Xenos pet monkey.
I might as well trigger all the things. Some weird interaction between Cassie's giving her a free turn and maybe her own abilities, I suspect. Cover efficiency doesn't matter in this case.
If it serves
Might as well
your
trigger
cause.
that. And we'll mark this one as prey, whether
I am
she
not
attacks it
your
or someone
Xenos
else.
pet monkey.
And then I'll mark you as prey.
If I must.
Now let's start triggering all of her attacks.
Fortune favors the swift.
Good solid hit.
I understand. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Almost killed this one. Behind.
This tedium is...
Not quite dead.
I am not your...
Okay, it's now made itself immune. Alright, the more enemies grouping up, that's certainly a thing. We don't need to waste any more shots on Sire. I can't mark you as prey. Probably fine. In my sights cost 0 AP. Alright.
If it serves your... No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Hit you.
Ancestors guide me.
Good stuff. Sure, we'll do in my sights. I could focus on that one. Or we can take a good shot on this one. Kind of either of these. You're marked as prey, as I recall. So maybe we'll set you up as my target. So that'll end her turn. Yes, she's right after Cassia. We could use the Inquisitor's Tenant to give us a bunch of bonuses. We don't really need the momentum boost because we're basically there.
Isn't this
But let's do it anyway.
High momentum.
Yeah. We get to Irlet's turn. She takes her shot. Perfect. Now these are actually costing actions. But I could also do dismantling attack. Just a single free attack against the target. So that's designed to take out one specific enemy, which isn't helpful. Wild Hunt makes several attacks. Neither one's particularly useful in this exact case.
I am not your xenos pet monkey.
We'll just grab both of those. Get another solid strike onto you.
If it serves your cause, no weakness is hidden from my sight.
Claim the bounty on you.
Fortune favors the swift.
And then I think we'll do in my sights on you.
I am not your xenos pet monkey.
And call that good. Ignatius, what do I do with you? I could get a Melta to hit these two. Just trying to figure out where I do my most damage. I kind of like before when I lined up an attack here to hit all three of them. That felt like a pretty powerful set of attacks. But also trying to take this guy down seemed good. Just trying to minimize how much psykerness I use because I only get so much. Enemies on fire, we have you and you. I could ignite you and then hit all of them with inflame. Just to get you on fire. It feels like Melta makes a lot more sense. And getting some of the enemies away from, you know, our squishies up front feels like it makes sense. If I did Firestorm here, okay, it'd hit you and all of these minions. Doesn't make it to that one. And then you don't actually take the damage. I can get rid of a bunch of the small fries. Well, I guess I'm really only getting rid of that one. The others are still too big. They'd stay on fire, but they'd catch fire. Which means that would then hit even more. It would hit all of them. Well, those two as well. Versus Melta wouldn't light you on fire. So maybe we do go that route and we just trust that Pascal will hopefully keep us alive from all of them. Although I don't know if Pascal... Yeah, Pascal's going soon. Okay. Pascal, I'm trusting you to save us.
Not a problem for me. Stand a chance.
So yeah, you took 0 damage from that. They are all on fire now. We'll do an inflame.
Nothing I can't do. Me was your biggest mistake.
And that's going to have to be the end of Ignatius's turn. Do we run you over to here? Hopefully in safety around your allies? Maybe. And this is our dodge bonus area.
Forge ahead!
I think so. It's a very different combat, the fact that I can't just blast enemies with psychic powers. It's not cool. Could orchestrate flames, but I don't think there's a lot of point. Ignore armor once per combat. I could just make it so her attacks ignore armor. That's something. And I might as well do Revel and Slaughter, just so we don't take our penalties. I run and gun and get another attack in, but I think I'm good with where we're at. Alright, Pascal, what can you do? If I wanted you to focus down some of these guys. Unfortunately, Pascal does his best when he's attacking enemies that are on fire or whatever. So I could have him take out this guy, but I don't know. I'm just afraid he's going to end up getting surrounded and then super murdered. They're all too far away to use his blast to hit multiples. Because yeah, that's where I get tons of damage. But they need to be burning or bleeding or something. And they're not. They're just not grouped up where I can hit them with a 3x3 area. They're all just slightly too spread apart. And I just remember how quickly they managed to take down Pascal by himself. He's just not tanky. He's good at groups, but they're not grouped up. I don't want to waste his attack on these 58 hit point guys. So do I pull him back and just try and take out this slightly tougher guy? Maybe so. Yeah, let's start here. Analyze enemies there. Where it hurts won't help. You go Reckless Abandon. You take some damage. I'll have you heal yourself up. That one doesn't help. This would give you more dodge. Not a ton, but it's something. If you've got the AP at the end. But Intimidate. How much AP? I only have 2 AP left. Let's do Bleed. You do still have a turn, actually. So I might as well use this. Give you a tiny bit more armor and dodge. Hopefully you don't die. Yeah. The ability they have to just chew through Pascal is not cool.
Only the faithful will attend. The true
Yep, Pascal's gonna go down. Alright, so Jai can do the same thing that we had Cassia do. Give Iliad a bunch of extra turns. I'm not opposed to that idea. If enemies were grouped up, we could do a big plasma burst. But they're just not. I mean, technically we could hit 2 enemies there. We could hit them. That wouldn't be the worst call. Okay. What do we do here? Will be used on enemies with the unfinished business effect. Mass Tactician immediately attacks the target with a single shot or strike. This attack does not count towards the attack's return limit, dealing half the weapon's maximum damage and an additional 7 damage. Okay. So how much damage do you usually do? Not enough to kill. So I could use this to just get a free shot onto that one. Or, you know, many of the others. I'm thinking you because you're right there. Who's next, actually? Okay, after Ulfar, we then get to Sire. Oh, dear. And then whichever aberrant you are. Yeah, you're next. So do we try taking you out now with that? Also increases an ally's resolve by 5. Targets under the voice of command. They start their next turn with +1 additional action point. Inspire, which means we'll be able to snap Cassia out of being mind controlled. Unless Jai gets mind controlled, because I don't know if Cassia has Inspire. I just don't know Jai's abilities yet. Move, move, move. No. Let's do Voice of Command on Early. Yet I can't. On... You can use it on Cassia? You can use it on Ulfar. What can we do about the fact that Pascal is going to die? I don't know. Let's do Bring It Down on Iliad. I think that's a fine starting point.
Don't get too cocky.
She gets a free turn. Which didn't trigger in my sights. Maybe she already used it. No, because I think I'd pointed it at this one. Huh. So you've got 2 AP for a single shot. Let's have you try and take out this one then. piercing shot. And then take your shot here. And hopefully get the kill.
Keep you moving. No.
Perfect. Okay. I don't know what ability gave you that free extra shot, but I approve. And a reload, apparently. Back to Jai. We could give Irlia another turn, but I'm more inclined to do that after Sire's shield drops. Because I'd rather her be able to just pump damage into Sire. So doing that will trigger the next wave of enemies. So do we instead give Irliet the turn so that she can just start taking out all the other enemies? Maybe. I hate the idea of her wasting shots on these 58 hit points, but I kind of hate the idea of anyone wasting shots on the 58 hit point enemies. Yeah, I think we give Irliet her turn. That way, we won't be taking Sire down quickly, but that's probably better for us to have less enemies on the field.
Wanna see a trick?
This tedium is beneath me.
So let's get some good shots in on you.
Your weakness is hidden from my sight.
Yeah, and these aren't free action points. That's a shame.
Fortune favors the swift. I am not your xenos. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Could go in my sights here, or I could just try taking the shot, which might just kill you.
Another soul slips
Did.
beyond the veil.
And a free shot. Perfect, taking that one out. I like that free shot you're getting for whatever reason. Yeah. It's 5 movement points after each attack and allows the wielder to move after attacking. If an attack with this weapon hits 3 or more targets, this attack has no cooldown. No, that's not what's happening there. Yeah, I'm not sure where you're getting your reload. Don't know. But that's that. Back to Jai. So then she can now finish the job on an enemy that's not quite dead. Or I could have her do a plasma overcharge. Let's finish the job here. Wow, that's doing no damage. Even with a plasma weapon. That's surprising.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Somehow in my mind I was picturing plasma weapons doing lots of damage. I don't know what we do about you, Pascal, because that's going to tank our motivation when you die. I mean, I can give you a tiny boost.
Don't get too cocky.
Try to live. Cassia gives bonuses when she uses that. Apparently, Jai does not. Huh. This would overheat the weapon. Which could do a little bit more damage. Yeah. I would have a chance of taking this one out. There aren't any good options. Oh, man. Do I overcharge just to try and take out another enemy? I think maybe I do.
You've got a problem? Oh, you're no fun.
Raise an ally's resolve? Maybe. How much tactical advantage do you have? 108. Alright, let's use Inspire. Is this once per combat? No. Let's use Inspire on Irliet.
Don't get too cocky.
That'll boost your future damage.
Tell me, and it is done.
I'm having Irliet be the linchpin of our attacks in this combat, since Ignatius can't. Very rough, though. So let's see. Sire is next. Along with a bunch of other enemies. Including this enemy at 0 hit points? You have 0 hit points and you're super dead. Why are you still in the initiative tracker? Alright, Ulfar. Where do I send you? Part of me is thinking we send him over here to try and attack them. Because I could send him here and then have him charge the Gene Stealer. And then do his rapid fire.
Our foes reek of cowardice.
I think that's the right call. That was not where I was intending you to run, but I guess it's fine. So you can make a lot of extra attacks, but it's just with your gun. And a bolter as a single fire weapon is terrible. One extra attack per turn is actually not terrible. I don't know. Let's go there and concentrated fire. Oh, you don't have the AP you need. Oh, mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. I should not have used concentrated fire because that removed the AP I need to actually do the area attack. Yikes.
None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father.
So I can either do a single bolter shot, doing 17 to 21 damage, or a strike doing slightly more. But then I've wasted all of my abilities that were boosting ranged attacks that I just had him use. Whatever.
Feel the icy bite of death!
Nice. Do I use your ability? To get an extra attack this turn. Definitely could. Yeah, go for it. Oh, that dropped our resolve a ton. But I can then do burst fire, which is what I was wanting to do. Just blast into this guy. Yeah, 80% there and then 20% on the other guy rather than just 80 and 0. That seems like a good call.
My strike is ruin!
Okay, that is what it is.
Stop hitting me.
Please don't attack Cassia. She's a valuable member of my crew.
I need to do everything.
Okay, Pascal's down, so our morale is probably gone at this point.
The sun is so dark. Stand in our way.
Alright, what can we do here? Also, the fact that this guy's still in our turn order with no health. So I could have her blast again. It does hit all the enemies up there. It's probably not a terrible call.
If I may.
Oh! Didn't realize that was going to give him a free attack for 80 damage. Yikes. And I'm sure if I tried to get her to run away, it'd be a similar... He'd have a reaction. Maybe not. Since he's already taken his reaction, I don't think they get multiple. Let's bring it down to Irliet.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Yeah, so you have 3 AP to spend. You're only going to get 1 attack, though, so I'm thinking we use both of these.
I understand your intent.
Call the bold
This tedium
and
has been
over penetration or piercing shot, whatever we're calling it. It's a good solid hit there. We do have a few other enemies that she could do some good damage to. But I think we want to put some more damage into Sire.
If it serves your cause. Fortune favors the swift.
That'll be the end of your turn. Back to Cassia. Do I try and get her to run? It's not actually showing me that I can make her run. Alright, I could use Voice of Command on Jai or Ulfar. I'm gonna go with Ulfar because Jai is kind of not amazing in combat. And then what? Cover efficiency doesn't matter here. Rerolled characteristics tests might matter. Sure.
Me?
Might as well go for it.
You insist, Lord Captain.
Give us some bonuses standing in this area. Then we can arguably give Ulfar some bonuses in melee. Why not? And that's the best we can do with her. I should have realized that using her third eye in melee would trigger an attack of opportunity. Alright, Irliet. What do we do with you? You can again get one good attack off. Do we focus down Sire? If I use this... Okay, so you can take out some of these small fries. I think. Even with the claim the bounty. That's good. We'll use both of these again
Serves your cause.
to attack Sire.
Understand your intent.
Oh no, that triggers everything. I was hoping we'd still have another turn. Didn't realize we were that close to triggering the next phase. This might be another game over. I'm not sure how we get around the fact that there's just so many enemies. And our entire combat strategy is psychic powers, which we aren't allowed to do in this fight. Well, let's claim the bounty, take out some of these guys. Maybe we take out this Gene Stealer.
I am not your xenos pet monkey.
That resolves you.
Ancestors guide me.
Did you shoot at Sire? Because that's a worthless attack. Or did you attack... You might have attacked this guy. I can't tell. But I think you just attacked Sire. Doing 0 damage. Yeah. Great job. Then in my sights on... someone? They're too far away. You're not too far away. Actually, no, we've got this one coming up behind us. Let's focus on taking him down. Hopefully you're still alive by your turn. What can we do here? Also the fact I can't heal. Not good. I could lay down some fire. Throw a fire grenade and then do some inflame. But considering we can't hurt Sire and no one else is burning, might not be the right call. See if I moved here. There's a decent line I might be able to pull off. For a Melta. No. Hits just those two. Trying to hit more enemies than just that. I mean, is there... No. And I don't really want to use multiple powers. I can because of run and gun. When I could light you, if I had you on fire, yeah. I could light you on fire. Either one, really. And then run and gun, and then firestorm the other. Be doing 2 powers. My health is still pretty good. Not thrilled by how close I am to Sire at the moment. So do I pull back to somewhere like here and then make that move? I think so.
All too easy.
We light you on fire. Then run and gun. Then firestorm.
Not a problem for me. You didn't stand a chance.
Okay. Then you guys are on fire. And we do inflame. Just to get a bit more damage off. And we took some more damage from Shadow in the Warp. Shadow in the Warp is the worst. I guess they realized there were people who were getting through this game just with psykers. And decided to throw in this fight just to kill that ability. But it's just so out of the blue that I don't have a strategy to get around it. Okay, I don't know what we do about Cassia. I don't want her to die, but yeah. And we can't heal Ignatius. I can do finish the job, just to get a bit more damage off. Because it's something.
Don't get too cocky.
Voice of Command theoretically should give you a little bit more health. It didn't before, but it should raise your stats at least. That gave you a tiny bit of extra health. Can't give you a free turn. I can give Ulfa a free turn. Or a free action.
Am I getting paid for this?
Don't want to go overboard with abilities because that screwed me over last turn when I used a bunch of his abilities to give him a bonus to his burst, and then he didn't have the abilities necessary to actually use it. So if I just attacked, alright. If I did a devastating attack, yeah. Alright, we'll go with that. Then slash at him.
Is thunder. My strike is ruin.
And then a kick. We could also run and gun.
So it shall be.
Let's see. Yes, you should just burn to death on your turn. So yeah, I could run and gun. Which will allow you to move, and I could do another melee. I don't really feel like doing a single shot with your bolter pistol. You do have a full bolter here that I could switch to. But again, it's 1 AP. Let's see. Start his bolter. Burst fire is 1 AP. Oh, you don't have any AP. It's 1 AP because the cost is reduced because of the run and gun. So you can't actually do it. I could melee you though. Which I'm inclined to do.
The fame-hungry come.
Better than just taking a single bolter shot. Thinks that would kill you. But I suspect that would kill you as well.
See, I will carve runes out of your bones.
Alright, I think that's the best I'm gonna pull off. We'll go there. That's probably the best I'm gonna pull off with your free turn. Back to Jai.
Don't get
I'll give
too
you some
cocky.
bonuses. Could give a bunch of resolve. Yeah, let's boost Ulfar. This one's free. Press the advantage. Empowers our next attack. We don't have a next attack, so that'll be the end of your turn. I don't know about this fight. We're 2 hours in. I just have no idea how we're supposed to get around this. You're going to die automatically, so there's no point in me doing anything there. We still have this acolyte that I've been forgetting about, as well as it's pointing to you. There's another enemy here somewhere that it thinks, yeah, you. Hopefully the battle doesn't wig out because it can't figure out you're dead. Because if I go through all this and it doesn't actually trigger the end condition, I'm going to be unhappy. Do a devastating attack. Then we'll kick you out of the way. Then do I charge into you? It's probably a terrible idea, but let's do it. Again, why are you charging in such weird ways? It's not really where I was wanting to place you. But I could now switch to your main bolter. Why can you not do that? Because I could run and gun. But then I'd want you to burst fire.
Don't dishonor the wolf with such tasks.
But I can't. But if we go back to this, we can. This costs 1 AP, you've got 2. So why can I not burst fire with that? Don't know. Anyway, we'll use our hand bolter then, why not?
So it shall be.
To get 6 shots here. Please don't hit my allies. I guess this has a chance of hitting Pascal, but I don't think that overly matters at the moment.
My strike is ruin.
And a free reload. Oh yeah, they get attacks on you for attempting to reload. Doesn't make sense to me, but it's fine. I think you're still in a confident approach. I think you are. It's kind of hard to tell. Since they've apparently scrolled off. I don't see it. So let's... Let's hold off on that. At the start of your next turn, maybe I'll use it. Okay, I could theoretically move again, but whatever. You guys get in there and attack him? Yeah, you can. Good parry.
My reckoning will be swift.
Alright, Yurliet has penalties if she is in... Oh, big hit on Jai. If she's in melee. Good parry, Cassia. Good parry again. Good parry again. That's 3 parries. I would not have expected. Okay. Yurliet is surrounded, which means she can't even run if she wanted to. Oh, now she theoretically could. She'll take an attack of opportunity to try, which I'm not thrilled by. Do you, sire, get another phase? I don't remember. Because I'm thinking I could have Yurliet try and take you down. Or at least get some good hits on you. But if I just summoned a bunch more enemies... Ugh. And there's no way I can get into Cassia to heal her. Unfortunately. But I think I'm going to have to risk the attack of opportunity to get you out of there. Because while she does theoretically have a sword and a pistol, she's not really trained to use them. So, hopefully you don't take the hit. But that's all I can hope for. Ooh, you took the hit.
Get into emotions.
1 AP left, sadly. And you can't even heal yourself because that's 2 AP. Yikes. There's a pretty good chance she's going to go down. That's going to be real bad. Angle that would hit. No, they're all showing that Cassia gets hit 95% of the time due to the overpenetration. That's terrible. I guess let's shoot you. I'm not seeing Jai getting hit, which is convenient. Could hit some of the others as well. Yeah, let's take out this acolyte. I'm gonna have to have Ignatius do some fiery nonsense here, risking his own health just to try and deal with this grouping as best he can. We also have you that could be taken out. But no, we'll go deal with you first. That is sadly her whole turn.
You'll regret this.
Alright, Ignatius. I need you to save the day. Somehow. That hits all 3 of them. But that's all you can do. You're not going to get an extra bunch of turns, sadly.
Nothing I can't do.
I mean, we're doing tons of damage to you. I do have a second attack. I don't remember why I have a second attack. But alright. I'm not going to complain.
What's your biggest mistake?
Okay. Sire is down. Did that get rid of the awful ability? Of course it didn't. I still have Shadow in the Warp. Because it wasn't cast on me by Sire. I inflicted it on myself somehow. But there's no more enemies going to show up. Let's see. I could kill both of them within flame. Good to know. I could do some lighting fire and firestorm. Ulfar would be in the middle of it, which would be bad for him. But it's definitely an option. Or I could just do this and hit them a bunch with Meltas. How much health do I have? I've got plenty for now.
Suits my purposes.
Oh, are you guys on fire now? No. You look like you're on fire. What's that effect? I don't know. I can't Melta again. And you're not on fire. I can do steady superiority to get another attack.
Is now.
So then we Melta you again.
Already done.
I'll take this one out and didn't quite kill you. Shame. But let's do an inflame now. That'll take out a couple of these guys that are on fire. I may actually win this. Okay, we are extremely injured and I can't heal. Enemy-wise, though, we've got this guy who is nearly dead. You, who I kind of forgot about. And you, lying on the ground over there. So let's pull back into the dodge bonus area. Because I can't get into any cover. I mean, worst case, I get shot. Ignatius goes down, which wouldn't be ideal. But I don't think he's necessarily critical in this fight. Could run and gun and get another attack off, but I think our health is low enough that I don't want to risk it.
When Fenris is in battle, oceans bleed!
Alright, Jai. Give a free turn to Iliad, I think.
Tell me, and it is done.
That Aberrant is next, but Ulful will have a turn first. Actually, Jai might be able to just take it out with her Melta. So, who do you have an angle on? You can shoot both of them.
If it serves your cause.
Let's grab that. And then try and just kill... No? You're not gonna die. Oh well.
Fortune favors the swift.
Did you miss? No, okay. Back to Jai. Do you theoretically have a shot here? You do. Kind of a terrible shot, 59%. If I moved you a touch forward, does that improve it at all? No. 89 here. But you're not going to kill. This one you would, so Ulfar wouldn't have to waste a turn. Give it a shot. I'm keeping her in the zone for crits, not that it overly matters. Okay. Give it another 59%. Nope. Who can you voice of command at this point? Probably no one, since I think you've used it on basically everyone. That's a shame. Air of Authority on Cassia. Why not? Inspire on Ulfar. And we'll call that good. Alright, Ulfar. So I waste an action here, taking this guy out. Maybe. Can I get you to move? No. You have no movement. Well, that seems silly. Well, kill him.
I will carve runes out of your bones!
Then you can charge either of them.
So it shall be! I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument!
Okay.
Wolves reign!
Let's rapid fire.
None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father!
This is only 1 AP. We've got 2, so I can use concentrated fire. I don't suppose this gun will work now. No. No idea what's up with that. Probably need to set it up first and then start using my abilities. I don't know. And of course you don't quite finish him off, so give it a kick. There you go. And then move a little bit closer to the cutter. Oh, and I forgot to do confident approach. I probably should have started with that because that was the plan. Cassia. Can you give Iliad a turn? You can.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
We're nearly there. Somehow pulling off a win.
If I do death with myself.
Oh boy. What a fight. You think I need a flamer to take out Xenos? Man, that was rough. The hulking carcass of the monster lies in front of you. The amber fire has left its baneful eyes, departing along with the last drops of foul blood oozing from its wounds. In the distance, the master helmsman slowly regains consciousness. He immediately recoils from the dead creature, swearing profanely. Lord Captain, I'm guilty as charged. I was not myself. I fell for the filthy Xenos tricks, like a green cabin boy. I make no excuses. I know the rules, and I request capital punishment. Strike off my head and be done with it. Remember what happened to you? It's not your fault this Xenos had tremendous psychic power. Yes, it did. To the point that it punished us for our psychic abilities. There'll be no execution. You have a duty before the dynasty and you will bear it. Where am I supposed to find a new master helmsman? Give yourself a few lashes and you're forgiven. Remember what happened to you? The renegade stormed the bridge and then brought that thing in. We held our ground, but as soon as the monster looked at us, my mind went blank. It was like being a puppet. Damn those Xenos tricks. There'll be no execution. You have a duty before the dynasty and you will bear it. And then the old tub will have to put up with me a while longer. I appreciate your clemency, Lord Captain. Master-at-Arms stands at attention, ignoring the wounds and burns covering her face and body. Lord Captain, the vessel has been secured. The mutineers in all compartments have lost the will to fight all at once. Some have fainted, while others have gone into shock and panic. I believe they sensed that their despicable overlord was dead. These things can dominate anyone's mind. Are you sure there are no traitors among your people? I've heard about your contingency plan. Your foresight is commendable. Very true. I met Captain Klein on the freight line. He showed great ingenuity and valor. Where's the Infernus Master now? The traitor tried to finish me off. Didn't we kill him? Or did he manage to escape? I thought we killed him. Are you sure there's no traitors among your people? Not anymore. Several enforcer squads were compromised, but I shut down the ventilation systems in their compartments and asphyxiated them. Once we are done here, we will enter with flamers, burn the bodies, and do a personnel sweep. Anyone suspicious goes out the airlock. I've heard about your contingency plan. Your foresight is commendable. It is the duty of the Master at Arms to anticipate any threat to the ship's safety, even one as unusual as an uprising by genetic aberrations supported by the highest-ranking officers. I met Captain Klein on the freight line. He showed great ingenuity and valor. You can always count on veterans. I will present the old man with an award. Throne knows he's earned it, and then some. Where's the Infernus Master now? The traitor tried to finish me off. The entire traitor's bloodline should have been sealed in a tank of Physaline, thrown into the void and blown up a long time ago. The Horse Sun has mounted a defense in Bay 45F1, but my people have his gang cornered. We will get him soon enough. The fact that the storyline is continuing with him not being dead, I suspect you're not going to get him. He's going to manage to escape. Her servo skull rattles to life and projects a hologram onto the deck. A blurred replica of Heinrich Montag stares at you, blood oozing from a wound on his temple. One of his hands is bound with a tourniquet, and he is lighting a low stick with the other. Hey, Bridge, do you copy? I see you have not yet changed the access psalms. Are you celebrating your victory, Ignatius? Yeah. I'm just deciding where in the trophy room to hang the heads of the monsters I have vanquished. Your damn xenos and a vile traitor Montag. Are you going to beg for mercy, or what do you want, dead man? I'm just deciding where in the trophy room to hang the heads of the monsters I have vanquished. Your arrogance never fails to amuse. Yes, I underestimated you, and as well as your retinue, those bloody zealots, and that sadist Jocasta. Who would have expected such fierce resistance from a bunch of false believers? The Infernus Master appears serious, somber. The usual cheerful insolence has vanished from his face. I wanted you to see my face before I die. Commit it to memory. One day, you will realize what sacrilege you've committed, and in that moment, you will remember me. You addled, pathetic ashmag. Jai shakes her head. Just do yourself a favor and give up the ghost, Heinrich. Remember, you kraken spawn. You are a brazen one. Ulfar bursts into laughter. I will compose a fine verse about this day, about the bloody battle and the victory over your abominable master. But you, spatter of lies, betrayer of humankind, there won't be a single line about you. By killing your sire, did you feel that abomination die? How did that monster, your leader, come to be on my ship? Good question. Now that it's over, will you tell me what the Genestealer cult's plan was? You're born a human or an aberration? Well, there's no sense in fighting anymore. You have already lost. Lay down your weapons. How did that monster, your leader, come to be on my ship? He has been here a long time, longer than you or anyone else. His blessed feet crossed these decks centuries ago when Theodore's predecessor still called himself Lord Captain. He came from the stars, where the many-armed emperor dwells to bear his word. But then he faced a great massacre at the hands of the wicked. And yet the venerable sire kept his message safe and took refuge on this vessel, away from persecution of heretics. When that false Lord Captain led our ancestors on board, the sire heard their pain and answered their pleas, blessing them with genetic purity. He protected us after that, joining our thoughts together into a single song. He was the true Lord Captain of this ship. Now that it's over, will you tell me what the Genestealer cult's plan was? You don't know when to stop, do you, Ignatius? Fine, I'll tell you. We were close to our goal. A few more years, a few more converts to the true faith, but the spinners pulled that stunt with the bath, and you seized on their tip-off right away. When it came to the telepathic ritual, it became clear that you weren't going to leave us alone, and that we'd have to start the harvest season early. Our old Magus appeared to you during the rite and led you on a false trail. He lulled you into a false sense of security by throwing a small portion of our forces to the wolves and sacrificing himself to buy time to prepare for the harvest. We orchestrated the elevator accident, but you survived. And then I almost intercepted you there on the freight line, but the blood-spun web interfered again. You could have been part of us, part of something great, something real. But you ruined everything. Were you born a human or an aberration? I am pure. My mother and father both trace their lineage back to the ones who received the gift of genetic perfection from the sire himself. Had there been a few more generations between us, I would have resembled the sire more closely, but each of us has their own calling. I look almost like a false believer. Heinrich lifts the welding goggles from his forehead, exposing the rudiments of a purple crest, which means that I was destined to be a spy among you. By killing your sire, did you feel that abomination die? Heinrich winces angrily. We all felt every single moment of the blessed angel's agony, and then he died, and our dream died with him. You snuffed it out and stomped on it like a low stick butt. Now his song will not return to our dreams. The Miniard Emperor will not see us. There's no sense fighting anymore. You've already lost. Lay down your weapons. And then what? Will you spare us? Of course not. There's no sparing you. You're gene stealers. Maybe. No, of course not. Heinrich laughs hoarsely. I wouldn't believe you if you said otherwise. No, I know I'm a dead man walking, but there are unarmed people here with me, our families, who have neither the desire nor the ability to fight. Our children, our elderly, people like my sister and niece. Do you want their blood on your hands as well? Will you take revenge on them too, or is it my life enough? If I let you go, you will only start scheming, killing, and infecting people again. Iconoclast, I will spare your people and drop them off on a desolate world? No! These people have gene stealer heritage. You don't let that coat, exist, even if it's on a desolate world. Your people will die with you, such as the lot of xenos and mutants. I mean, not all mutants, obviously. I'll start with the top option. If I let you go, you will only start scheming, killing, and infecting people again. No, I will merely fade away. The sire is dead, and his pure-blood offspring have been butchered. They alone, our pristine kin, could bestow the kiss that allowed his song to be heard. The orphans and widows are no threat to anyone. Drop them off in any remote wilderness. I don't know enough to know whether that's true, but I'm not going to risk it. I feel for your women and children and elderly and whatnot, but no. Your people will die with you, such as the lot of xenos and mutants. In that case, we will die together as a family. You hear shouting and gunfire in the backgrounds. Heinrich hastily finishes his final low stick. Jocasta's mongrels have begun their attack. It's time to say goodbye, Ignatius. It's a pity I couldn't share the blessing of purity with you and make you part of our family. A pity, too, that we couldn't kill you either. But we all must play the cards we are dealt, and now we take our leave the way the true masters of fire should. The finger of truth has 3 sorrowful phalanges. One is shattered, but the Infernus Master smiles widely, pulls a remote control from his pocket, and pushes a button. There's a sharp beeping of detonators, a monstrous roar, and the projection disappears. For a while, the sound of flames crackles from the speaker, before abruptly cutting off. Sarback matters something into the comm bead, then hisses angrily. Thermal charges. The void rat blew up the compartment along with himself and the entire assault team. Good riddance, let him burn. He was a brave man, Heinrich Montag. Or I wish I could have finished him off with my own hands. Good riddance, let him burn. Let him burn, echoes Sauerback. That was the last pocket of resistance. The mutiny has been suppressed, Lord Captain. The enforcers are now carrying out a sweep of the compartments, and the officers are forming new repair crews to replace the Inferni. The ship's critical systems have been stabilized, and your throne has been liberated. Thousands of dynasty subjects are waiting for your orders, so all that remains is for you to take the captain's throne and affirm your dominion. All hail House von Valentius. Oh boy. Now that was a fight. Leveled up, of course. Let's see what we can find with looting. The bone crackers that they were using were pretty powerful. They're two-handed, which I'm not thrilled by. They're also primitive. They're not power weapons. Every successful basic melee attack made with this mace inflicts a random trauma on the target. Yikes. Yeah, I think I want to keep one of those. Improved power pick, so these are power weapons. This weapon has an extra attack action, which increases armor penetration of all subsequent attacks made against the same target by +10 for 1 round and stacks. Counts as... looks like an axe, I'm guessing. It's the kind of thing that they should directly state, because we have talents that boost when using axes. But nowhere here does it say specifically it's an axe. But strike and swing are looking like axe weapons, so I'm assuming maybe. So that'd be good on Abelard. We don't need, you know, a dozen of them, but 1 will be enough. Needle pistol, I don't think that matters. Strangler Weber. Probably not. Will maintain heavy rock saws, no. Bolt pistols, is that better than yours? Can we tell? Yes. It's a tiny bit more damage. Howitz and more rate of fire, less range. Reduced range kind of sucks. But how a random bolt pistol is more powerful than an Astartes bolt pistol, I don't understand. But it is Astartes only gear. So we'll keep 1 of those. This is also Astartes only equipment. A rib suit. Oh, must not have Astartes. Never mind. Oh, so this is a bolt pistol that can't be used by him. So maybe for Argenta then. Didn't realize that was saying the must not have features and not the features it must have. Okay. So who can use this? Only someone with heavy armor proficiency, so basically just Abelard. Well, we'll check it out. Xenomesh, good armor, terrible dodge penalty. Plus 10% armor against Xenos. Now, where makes an area attack, they gain more movement. You can continue the movement. Probably not. Sire's Patronage. The wearer can skip their turn to make an ally of their choice immune to all damage until the start of the wearer's next turn. Interesting. I doubt we'll use it, but I will take it with me. Anything else to pick up? Yes. Let's collect all of that. Alright, that's everything grabbed. Let's do our level ups quickly. Hopefully. Can't raise lore warp, and there's no other skill we particularly care about. I guess awareness is our next best, but still not great. But there you go. And Cataclysm. All damage dealt by the characters increased by 3% until the end of combat for every new enemy damaged by them this combat. That sounds great. Characters' critical chance and critical damage are increased by 5% of their dodge. We have great dodge. So the character's turn, they restore 10% of their maximum wounds. If the character has less than 20 wounds, they restore 20%. That would have been extremely useful to have had there. Just an auto healing. I'm going to grab that now. Just the ability to heal better. Traditionally, we're not taking much damage, so I've kind of put that off. And apparently I shouldn't have. Okay, of the skills you care about, logic is your lowest. So let's boost it. And anything here? No. I don't know. Boosting your deflection would keep you alive better. And most attacks are single target. So why not? Certainly the enemy's claws would have been single target. Alright. Cassia, you have a lot of skills you care about. Awareness is your lowest. Which is shocking because awareness used to be the thing you had above everyone else. And nothing I've marked for you. Gain a bonus to all resistance tests equal to 0. Probably not. That seems fine. Ulfar, you've got Carouse and Athletics. Looks to be the ones we're focusing on for you, so let's give you some Carouse. Boosting your criticals seems good. Destroying armor. Auto healing. I think I'm going to go with the auto healing. I think that's far more useful than I gave it credit for. Or collisions boosts. Because he's got that kick that's free that he can do every turn. So that would just allow him to move a little bit farther. But no, I think I'm going to go with the healing. I think that's what I've selected. Yeah, flesh wounds. Just to be on the safe side. Awareness and demolitions. Let's boost your demolitions. We've got lots of awareness people. Deadly aim sounds good. We could go for flesh wounds on you as well. I don't know. Ignoring 4 points of deflection could be good. We'll go deadly aim. And then Jai, you get 2 ranks because you were already a level low. Sure. Making allies not kill each other on accident sounds fine. And common skills, you have a plasma weapon. Okay, we did get both plasma proficiency and expert. Shield mastery, right, that's a thing now because of the DLC. I'm not going to pick it up until we actually get a shield. Increase wounds by half of the character's level rounded up. That's terrible. Like, we're level 30 something, so the idea that at this point, this late in the game, it would give us 15 health, that sounds super bad. I could boost a characteristic, but I don't think any of the ones I can boost for you really matter. Or boost skills, but again, I don't think they particularly matter. I guess part of the point is that I don't think anything really matters for her because she's never in my team. Okay, this is another shield-based one. Grenadier. Instant Retribution is another shield thing. It's cool that we have all these shield talents. Whatever, I could boost your agility so that you dodge better. I could boost your... I can't boost perception. Sure, let's boost your agility. Why not? And then skills of the ones you're caring about. Persuasion's your lowest. And I guess on the off chance that somehow I don't have Cassie in the party. Why not? And then for these... Oh, this must be what Irliet had. Whenever they kill the first enemy in a round, immediately make an additional attack against the closest enemy they can target with the same weapon. That's how she was getting her second attacks. Cool, good stuff. Just scaling damage sounds fine. There we go. There's our level ups. I think we are ready to get out of here. We can talk to people. Let's talk to Rabor. Nope. Ship needs you, Lord Captain. We humbly await your ascension. Ship needs you. We humbly await your ascension onto the throne. Okay, so no, we can't really talk to people. Let's take the captain's throne. To all officers, crew members who have remained faithful to their vows of service, the ship is ours. Glory to the Von Valencius dynasty. I mean, the effect of that is probably worse than the effect at the start of the game, where Kunrad Votvir staged a mutiny, and we lost our navigator, our tech priest, engine seer, whatever they called him, and a whole bunch of crew. And we needed to just, like, go somewhere to stabilize and rebuild all of our crew and everything. Feels like we should be going through a similar situation here. But, no. Let's go around and talk to everyone. We finished the DLC. Maybe people have things to say. Maybe they won't. Okay, nothing new with you.
Greetings.
Or you. Alright. Maybe there's not anything to say.
Words I have enjoyed.
Let us raid Fenris.
That was Cabela's DLC. So maybe she'll have something to say. Even though she wasn't part of any of it.
Heed, Nemo.
Nope.
Our blessed. Maybe.
Alright. Then I think we're ready to just get back out there. Our wounds have gone away, which is nice. We'll pray at this so that we get our bonuses. Nice. And where are we going to head now? We still have this. Find the trace of the Gene Stealer cult from Chapter 2 that we still technically haven't finished the quest for. Oh, discovered on planet Jasavon? Okay, so that's probably what we need to do. Don't remember anyone saying anything about that, but cool. Yeah, we can't go see Kalkazar yet. Alright, let's head to the map. and decide where to go now. Right, I was going to go to Dargonus. We're now in the area. We didn't actually make it in. We have quite a few random events here that I think are mostly new. Eye of the Magnetic Storm we had before, but a bunch of these I think are new. I'm not sure when they showed up. So I think we had most of them sort of figured out, maybe. So probably with the time skip. I don't know. Anyway, Dargonus. We had a couple of things pulling us here. Or was I going to skip past Dargonus? To go to Vivos, and then we were going to come back to Dargonus. Because Dargonus has several quests. I think that was the plan. Oh, I need to repair my ship. Alright. Cool. Ship's repaired. I didn't want to go back out. I wanted to go to the map. Oh well, yeah, let's go to Vivos 6. Deal with them. And then we'll move to Dargonus, because we've got quite a few things to do at Dargonus. So I'd rather deal with the emergency at Vivos first, in my mind. It makes more sense. So back to the map. Vivos. Is this Vivos? No, that's Uncharted. This is Vivos. Yeah. So let's warp travel here. Lord Captain, I bring you new information about the xeno device that you discovered during your time away. Ever since you returned, the tech priests have been making every effort to comprehend the nature of this mysterious technology, and they have succeeded to an extent. After many rituals and pleas to the machine god, they awakened the xeno artifact. For but a moment, it produced a holographic copy of a planet and coordinates that matched the location of Langren's belt. Perhaps you will wish to see with your own eyes what this destination holds. I don't remember what xeno artifact we're talking about. Lord Captain, we have received a transmission from the Adeptus Arbites base of operations on Dargonus. Protector Solomorn Anthar is invoking a pact made with Her Ladyship Theodora and asks for an audience. How are we to respond? This has got to be the DLC, the Arbites. What business did Theodora conduct with the Adeptus Arbites? Very well, I shall meet with them. Ignore the message and stop bothering me with trivial matters. What business did Theodora conduct with the Adeptus Arbites? Unfortunately, Lady Theodora seldom shared any details of this sort with her crew, though I do know that she met with the Arbites frequently. Very well, I shall meet with them. I will send word to Chancellor Wersarian about arranging a meeting with the Arbites delegation. Why am I going back to the bridge? I thought that was taking place on Dargonus. Oh, hi Cassia. Ignatius, how wonderful it is that I found you here. Uncontrollable anxiety washes over your body, causing you to lose your breath. Cassia notices this, closes her eyes, and you are released from the grip of emotions that are not your own. Please forgive me, my powers are sometimes too insistent in their attempts to break free from my control. So she's feeling anxious right now. Good to know. You've made great strides in learning how to keep them at bay. I commend your perseverance. Your efforts are lacking. I suggest you try harder, because my patience is bound to run out eventually. Or just was there something you wish to tell me? You've made great strides in learning how to keep them at bay. I commend your perseverance. I came to deliver good tidings. I have spoken with House navigators through the Atlas. Of late, I can feel with increasing clarity how our connection is growing stronger. Despite the descent in its midst, House Sorcelio has been able to keep a precarious equilibrium, thanks in part to your unexpected arrival in York 5 and the resolution of the conflict at the Dargonus reception. Not all Sorcelios concur with your decisions, but none can deny the impact that you, and no one else, have had on the House's present state of affairs. Cassia nods gratefully, lowers her gaze, and clasps her hands together. There is more I wish to tell you. It is about the visions that I've come to experience, and at an increasing rate during warp jumps. The same visions come to me again and again and again. It is as if I am going mad. For you see, these visions are about me, the Atlas, and Tisiphone Orsilio, the house's previous Novator. I have seen Tisiphone's experiments, the ones that involved the navigators from the Sethala branch, which she was rumored to have destroyed for disobedience. But the visions told me an altogether different story, one where the Sethalas helped Tisiphone create the Atlas, and they vanished immediately after the experiments were done with it. Perhaps I can... No. I know I can find the way to the palace of the Atlas if I recreate Tisiphone's journey from my visions. A real palace, not the psycho-physical illusion in which the Orsilio navigators can reach out. I have always had a feeling that it truly exists in our world. Now, however, I know it with absolute certainty. I've been informed that House Orsilio will soon convene its Grand Council. Would it not be better to wait for it to finish first? What makes you so sure that you'll find a way to this physical manifestation of the Atlas? What else did the visions tell you? That's the warp twist to your mind. How can you trust visions of such dubious origin? Ha! Would it not be better to wait for it to finish first, the Grand Council? I cannot shake a certain foreboding about the upcoming meeting in the incorporeal palace of the Atlas. Troubling mirages have plagued my mind for many nights now, voices calling and cursing my name, and the more I use the Atlas, the clearer the visions become and the louder the voices grow, and the further my powers wane. I am certain that all of the house is experiencing the same, for all of us are connected. I can sense my family's fear. House Orsilio is doomed to perish in darkness soon should I fail to discover the reason why the Atlas is weakening. And that reason, I believe, is hidden somewhere in my visions of Tisiphone. What makes you so sure that you will find the way to this physical manifestation of the Atlas? I saw Tisiphone's experience in an epiphany, in a dream. Just like my visions came to me on our travels through the warp, she beheld a planet hidden behind rolling warp storms. The world promised her great power, so Tisiphone gathered the Sethalas, her most devout followers, to go on a suicide journey through the Tempest. I know not the details of what happened on that planet, but it was there that the Sethalas sacrificed themselves for an experiment of some kind, and it was there that House Orsilio obtained its Starway Atlas. For the first time ever, I have an opportunity to find answers to the questions my mentors so deftly avoided. Why did Tisiphone choose me? What is the Atlas? Is it true that House Orsilio's past is drenched in blood? Please, Ignatius, do not snap this tautly drawn string of destiny, my destiny. Journey with me in Tisiphone's wake to the distant stars. And why, pray tell, should I go on this suicidal escapade to throne knows where? That's a very rude way of saying it. I shall help you, Lady Cassia. I've had enough of these navigator troubles. I shall help you, Lady Cassia. Cassia breathes a sigh of relief, but the look in her ruby eyes quickly darkens again. The house is still watching me. Both the renegades and the loyalists. I doubt that any of them will agree even to a brief armistice for the sake of learning the truth about the Atlas's origins. And I do not wish to see House Orsilio lose even one more life to another fratricidal skirmish. No, I shall go after the answer about our past on my own. You want to go to an unknown, dangerous location by yourself? That seems like a bad call. If you wish to show the house your strength and undauntable spirit, invite the renegades to be the first to touch the secrets of the Atlas they loathe so much. You are standing on the cusp of great discovery for all of House Orsilio. Inviting the regent seems like the responsible thing to do. Or then it's best we go alone. Okay, so it's not that she'll go on her own, because this says we go alone. So either do we invite the renegades, which seems risky. Do we invite the regent, which also has risk? I think there's too much unknown, and inviting either of them just opens up the possibility for things to just go off the rails, because we don't know what's going on with this Atlas. It's probably better for us to go by ourselves, figure out what we can, and then decide who to involve and how. At least to me, that makes the most sense. And it's best that we go alone. We're also trusting her instincts on that, which I think is reasonable. Cassia's shoulders relax a little. Thank you for your understanding, Rogue Trader. And now permit me to take my leave. I must start preparing for the journey. From what I have been able to glean, we must first travel to the... Her ruby red eyes widen in astonishment. The Orsilio prophecy system. Odd that. Could it be that the historical records are lying? And that Kaelin Orsilio is not whom the star system is named after? Either way, that was the system from which Tisiphone embarked on her journey, and we are going to follow in her long-forgotten footsteps. Alright, well that's cool. Getting a bit more direction on that quest line. So yeah, we'll want to do that soon, but I think I'm still going to go to Vivos 6 first, because that's where I've been trying to head for a while. Let's see, where is this location that Cassie is wanting me to go? It's not here. Perform the ritual. Is it? So it'll be companion quest. It is here. Perform the ritual. Cassie intends to recreate Tisiphone Orsilio's rituals from her visions in order to find the way to the physical palace of the Atlas. Perform the rituals here. Okay. We'll head down there at some point, I'm sure. For now, we're heading up here to Vivos. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Sarbak's voice is resonant. Mistress Cabela has been apprehended by enforcers at the scene of a crime. Eyewitnesses saw her assault and kill the esteemed chirurgeon Majoris, and she has confessed to the murder. She's a death cultist. They do what they want, and it's usually not considered murder because it's in the Emperor's name and following his guidance. But yes. The penalty for murdering a senior officer is death. However, given Mistress Cabela's honorable service and her special status, I dare not proceed without your permission. She is incarcerated and awaiting your judgment. Let me know when you are ready to hear her case. A warp breach. Ungodly fiends spreading sorcerous disease walk the lower decks, gathering a cohort of infected voidsmen. If no measures are taken immediately, an entire bay could be turned into a den of heresy. So we could go there and fight them ourselves. We could spend armor kit, melee weapon kit, and so one container of each of those from our things we can sell, or one cargo of holy gifts. I'll go take care of it. Let's get Jai out of here and bring back in Heinrichs. Shouldn't take long to wipe out whatever plague demons are here. If we're dealing with demons, let's put back on you. And then move forward. Cults of Nurgle, yeah. You should level up the old guard between streams. Oh, that feels like that would take so much time and effort. You're definitely right, but I struggle to convince myself to do so. Alright, let's boost your carouse. And then you don't have anything that I bothered to mark. We'll just go Cataclysm. Nah, we'll go with the I've already grabbed the healing one for you. Brilliant. Then we'll go Cataclysm just to increase damage. And our marching order is, as usual, terrible. We want you and you up front. No. You. And the two of us. There we go. Much more sensible.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Move forward. Battle didn't start. So we've got just basic Cult of Nurgle with 44 health.
State your
All right.
intention.
Let's just have you kick things off. Why not?
Burn the unclean!
Miss? How did you miss? These can be destroyed, so standing behind them feels foolish. I don't know if they're explosive. Man, there is no cover. There is cover here for no reason. I don't know. We don't see any enemies. Oh, we do have a plague bearer back here. Okay, so we do have some demons around, not just cultists. Some plague bearers. Even still, 171 health compared to the multiple thousand health enemies we've been dealing with a few times lately. I'll just move up here and take out all of them myself. Just have you stand back here. What do we do with you, Ulfar? You can't actually get past here because of that barrel. That is funny. Anyone I haven't moved yet? Yes, Heinrichs. Let's pull you back here. But you're probably going to charge forward, but I want Cassia to be able to third eye blast. And then Pascal, move you back towards this plague bearer. Call that good. Alright, let's start with the usuals.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Alright, light ourselves on fire. Orchestrate flames. Probably isn't needed, but oh well. Then run and gun. Can I get to a convenient location where I can hit? Oh, I can't do the Melta. Alright, fine. So do I just kill the plague bearer then? And if so, I don't need to move forward that far. I can probably just still stand back there and get rid of him. Alright. Plague bearer's down. Plague bearer's not down? You're left at 13 wounds. Darn. Either way, not overly concerned. Let's see about this. You can hit all of them.
Deliver us!
Which sadly didn't quite cross the threshold. I was hoping that I could get her to trigger that without having to use the Inquisitor's Tenant. Front line. Let's go there with the front line to help Pascal out. Backline for the dodge bonuses we'll give to you, Cassia.
If I may.
And then crit bonuses to Irliet. Why not? Alright. Can I hit a bunch of them? With this, yes.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
There we go. High momentum. You claimed high momentum.
Only that were possible.
You told me high momentum, but we're only actually at 173. Well, that is a shame. Do I give Ignatius the turn anyway? By wasting this? Not really feeling like it, but
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
kinda have to.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Alright. Doubt we can get a nice line where we'll kill everything. These two will probably kill each other when I use it on one of them. Doubt I can get a line here that's not going to hit Ulfar because I poorly placed him. Let's just start here.
Suits my purposes.
That takes out both of you. The demon is already going to die on his own to the fire. All these guys are super weak. Where's the plague bearer? Down here. Can I hit you from where I am? I can. Let's deal with you. Back at high momentum. Perfect. Let's grab steady superiority.
Glory to my bloodline.
Let's just finish everyone on this side.
All too easy. You didn't stand a chance.
Besides, obviously, the plague bearer. Then I could move forward a little bit to here. Then I won't be able to see you.
My tactics are flawed.
I'll use that. Run and gun isn't available. Run and gun is available. Also, I can... Didn't look like I could move here. No, I can only move there. If I did move there, does that give me vision onto you? It does. Okay.
Already done. Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath.
That takes out another plague bearer. Get rid of you. I don't know, get rid of you because I can. What do we have left? There's the plague bearer that's burning. You. Oh, I didn't see you over there. Well, looks like you get to live another turn. So I'm just not in a position to take you out.
Nothing I can't do.
Alright, Cassia, it's back to your turn. We'll just end it. It's back to Ignatius. So on this side... No, all we have are these two. So let's move as far down this way as we can. And light you on fire. That's a good long run I was able to make.
Nothing of value has been lost.
And light you. There we go.
Dare you? No!
Can you get out of that, please?
Choking me.
Oh, or not. That's fine. Okay. We could loot everything, but it doesn't really matter. Where did we get in, and how do we get out of this place? Or is there more combat I've got to deal with? There might be. Alright, let's go here to the Koronus Expanse map. Yep, we'll grab all that and head out. Alright, let's see what's going on at Vibo 6. Pilgrims requires the Lord's Captain's decision. Thousands of commoners have left their workstations to gather for a holy pilgrimage. Okay, we can allow it, which will lose us a complacency and gain an efficiency. What? Lose an efficiency, gain a complacency. I think I said that backwards. Forbid the pilgrimage, which will drop both complacency and security. Request that followers of St. Drusus bring holy relics to the colony. We will gain a bunch of... No, it requires us to have a bunch of relationship with the Drusians, and then we will gain complacency and efficiency. We're already maxed at 10 on each, but I'm going to use this one anyway. Instead of leaving the colony, the people trembling in awe attended services by the relics, then returned to work inspired. Well, that was incredibly easy. So, we've got Holy Servitude open. Drusians always need new pilgrims, and convicts will be an adequate fit for this role. We turn convicts into pilgrims? Odd. Master artisans of the Adeptus Mechanicus deep in the mines on Vibo 6, where thundering seismic cannons tear through rock to free precious ores. Gives us plasteel, which I super don't care about. Relationship with the explorators and the mobile extractiums are nice. Kind of thinking we work on this one for now. Though I don't know how that affects our long-term rank ups. But sure, Holy Servitude. You can work on that for now. Then we head back to Dargonus, where we can meet our Arbites. We can do the court case for the Wissarians, who are apparently being accused of crimes against the dynasty or something. There were a few other things there as well. Demonic eyes materializing, blah blah blah. We've read that one. Alright, let's head in to Dargonus. Where we've got, I think, 3 or maybe 4 quests going on. It says just 2. Visit Dargonus, meet with the Adeptus Arbites, delegation to Dargonus. Okay, just 2 things apparently. We've got a profit factor all the way up at 99. I wonder if that's a max, or if that's just where we happen to be. Let's go to the palace. And Abelard's required. Should have leveled him up. And yeah, losing Heinrichs right now I think is fine. Yeah. I mean, arguably maybe he wants to look into Achilles' death. But it's fine. So do I do a bunch of quick level ups of Abelard? Don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand aside. No need to crowd around. Governor Drivestem will be taking care of everything. It's ridiculous. Such a thing happening right in the Rogue Trader's palace. There were a bunch of bodies. What exactly happened? You're confronted by the sight of dead bodies at the entrance to the palace. The corpses have been hauled into a pile. Some are dressed in the uniforms of palace wardens, while others are arrayed in the clothing typical of Dargonus nobility. Upon seeing you, the young enforcer stands at attention and swallows noisily. His voice trembles as he says, "Your lordship, we are honored by your presence." One of the dead bodies. What is this mess? You see, your lordship, the people wanted to attack. The warden clears his throat. Second Lieutenant of the Palace Guard, Elam Wyatt, reporting. Shortly before you arrived, we averted an assassination attempt on the rogue trader. The palace soldiers detected intruders and engaged them in combat. Let's examine the assailants. Observation. These are rare, high-functioning servitor specimens present among... there are rare, high-functioning servitor specimens present among the expired units. Such specimens are traditionally bestowed upon the noble houses that are most loyal to the sacred fellowship of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The augmetics of the deceased do differ from the implants ordinary people wear. Their intricate construction makes it clear that the deceased were not ordinary humans. Abelard frowns. As far as I know, House Gaprak has received such servitors from the Crimson Priesthood as gifts in the past, although this is my first time seeing one myself. Where is the Court Chancellor, Clementia Wissarion? I think she is with the rest of House Wissarion, detained in the throne room, that is. Governor Drystem has gathered all of Dargonis nobility there to pronounce a guilty verdict against House Wissarion. Why is the governor not here to greet the rogue traitor? I do not know, your lordship. Perhaps he is... The guard throws a fearful gaze at Abelard. You can probably find him in the throne room, where the governor intends to put House Wissarion on trial. Alright, I must take my leave. Yeah, there's more going on here than we are being told. The bodies bear multiple wounds. It is evident that they died recently.
My house would be proud of me.
There was a crumpled up letter in the inside pocket of the assailant's blood-soaked jacket. Did we grab it? Yes, we received a blood-stained letter. Let's go to sort by date for the newest. The letter is soaked with blood. Only portions of the text is readable through the crimson blotches. Careful and discreet, keep away from the lords and ladies. You must look like a noble to the servants and wardens. Do not engage in conversation with anyone. Your task is to avoid exposing yourself ahead of time and let the Wissarians get away while the wardens are busy guarding the rogue traitor. Interesting. Someone was trying to help the Wissarians escape. Also, we had this. Is this better for you? Yes. Yes, it is. Oh, that looks so dumb. But it's powerful. Anything else that I would want to give you? Sure, we'll replace your axe with that. I mean, you got training with power weapons. This isn't a power weapon, it's primitive, but dude, does it hit hard. And you don't really need a ranged weapon because I never have you go ranged. Like, even if you can't do anything, having you go ranged would just feel like a waste of your time. Sure. Do I level you up now? I guess I'm going to do so, hopefully quickly. Let's go weapon skill. Next. Nothing selected. That's a shame. Gain a bonus to parry. Sounds fantastic. Warrior gains the slash ability with 2 charges for this round. Interesting. Taunting Scream. Sure. Athletics and Carouse are your top 2. Let's boost your Carouse. Alright, you have no ranged weapons, so that sounds fine. Yeah, there's all these shield things that... I don't know. Less damage from crits. Sounds like it could be good. Let's boost your weapon skill again. Sure. interesting. Then we'll boost strength. Could do that. Probably carouse again because it's still going to be lower, I think. There. Abelard's leveled up. Perfect. Went a little quick, but
It's about time.
that's fine. We need to go to the palace and find out what's going on with the Wissarians. Are they actually the criminals they're accused of, or is Governor Drivestem organizing a coup? Probably need to go upstairs.
You do not have to hide the ashy shadows of loneliness behind swirls of bright colors, Ulfar.
I respect your gift, Guide to the Soul Sea. But you should save your sorcery for someone else.
I don't think she's actively using a sorcery. I think she just sees things different. The man swaying slightly is mumbling a prayer to the Emperor. Okay.
Victory awaits!
I guess let's just go upstairs. Let me through. I have an appointment with Chancellor Clementia Wissarion. My apologies, my lord, but you cannot go any further. Governor Drivestem's orders. This is ridiculous. I shall complain. Hopefully he doesn't try and stop me. Move over. Let his lordship the rogue trader through. I humbly beg your pardon, your lordship. Your lordship, please, this way. I was wanting to check out my room first, but I guess not. Your lordship, 'tis an honor. Governor Urban Drivestem seems to materialize out of thin air. So suddenly does he emerge from the crowd. I regret that such unfortunate circumstances have occasioned the rogue trader's visit to the capital. I mean, it's my capital. If I want to come here, I can come here. Clementia tries to take a step towards you, but the warden nearby stops her. Her face is veiled with fear and weariness. Your lordship, you're here. Please, you must hear us out. The rogue trader is undoubtedly here to listen to the testimony of each and every one of us, and to punish the traitors. The governor's words directed at Clementia are harsh. They are echoed by the scornful sneers and whispers of the assembled nobles. We have known each other for many decades now, and we have had our fair share of disagreements, but do you really think my flesh and blood would trample upon the very definition of honor and loyalty? Abelard's voice is quivering with rage. The governor sweeps his gaze over Abelard, then replies, a faint shadow of doubt in his voice. We have evidence implicating them, Abelard. I'm sure that his lordship will arrive at a fair ruling. What are the charges against House Wissarion? Disruption of logistical lines, bribery of Adeptus Administratum officials, document forgery, and organization of heretical insurrections. On top of the evidently devastating economic impact this has had on your protectorate, these criminal acts have impeded the delivery of the imperial tithe, which in turn has drawn the Administratum's attention. Needless to say, the esteemed Adeptus Arbites cannot ignore this situation either, and before their representatives arrive at the palace, we are obligated to identify and punish those responsible. Clementia, I wish to hear your account. Your lordship, House Versarion denies all charges laid against it. Clementia glances at the governor with defiance. These last few months have indeed been trying for Dargonus, but we have done our best to remedy the situation. My family's every effort was focused on stabilizing the capital's logistics and economy, so much so that we failed to notice the web of intrigue unfolding behind our backs. What happened on Dargonus in my absence? When we caught wind of the rumors of your disappearance, we patiently awaited news of your return, but then Dargonus was struck by a series of terrible events. The first was the sabotage of logistics that hampered shipments, then mass unrest spread across the entire planet, and the minor noble houses began squabbling amongst themselves, trying to pin the blame on their rivals. We took great pains to calm them down, and managed to quash the revolt, though not without some outside help, unfortunately. These events have also been overshadowed by the, I'm ashamed to say it out aloud in front of you, your lordship, the rumors circulating among the higher houses. The governor stammers, then takes a deep breath. Some of them are calling for Theodore's true heir to be installed as head of your house, Kunrad Votvir. Not all of your subjects have forgotten his past efforts for the benefit of the Trade Protectorate. Drivstrom stops talking, watching you with a tense expression. When the investigation was launched, the evidence led us to the Versarions. Why are there dead bodies at the entrance to my palace? Your lordship, I humbly beg your pardon. Drivstem bows once again, trying to placate you. You see, right before your arrival, the palace guard discovered a plot to assassinate you. Fortunately, the malefactors were disposed of before they could cause you any harm. Drivstem, you aren't accusing one of Dargonus' leading noble houses of treason without airtight evidence, are you? Of course I have evidence, your lordship. The investigation has established that members of the Wissarian family, which is responsible for both Dargonus' fleet and its logistics, used their contacts and influence to forge a host of documents in order to undermine the planet's supply routes and economy, thus fomenting the unrest among the inhabitants. Allow me to introduce my son, Cornelius. The governor... That seems kind of just directly out of place. Directly introducing your son right now. The governor points to the lanky young man standing beside him. He bows curtly before but avoids meeting your eye. Cornelius holds the prestigious position at the Administratum Palace, and it is thanks to him that we managed to identify and trace the entire chain of forged documents. The investigation led us to the perpetrators, who admitted to acting on the orders of members of House Wissarion. It was they who were intent on spreading the idea of restoring the title of Rogue Trader to the true heir. This young man is shrouded in a mist of gray and blue. Sickly shadows of fear are fluttering around him. Cassia speaks so quietly that only you can hear her. Sickly shadows of fear. Is he just afraid because he's standing in front of the Rogue Trader? Or is he afraid because he's guilty? Because if Cornelius the son was forging the documents himself and then pinned it, but he says the claim is that he found irregularities which led to investigations, and the various people they met all pointed to the Wissarions. So it's not just that he found things that claim it's the Wissarions. Speak to the heads of houses present. Do you support the governor's accusations? Your words alone are not enough to make me doubt the loyalty of House Wissarion. As Rogue Trader, I ordered you to release them from custody at once. Sabotaging logistics, riots, conspiracy. The case appears to be flimsy. I wish to learn more before I make a final decision. Definitely need to learn more. I don't have time to deal with the drive stem. I accept the findings of your investigation and find the Wissarians guilty. Rough. Speaking to the heads of houses present, do you support the governor's accusations? The aristocrats in attendance exchange glances, the noble lords averting their gazes, and the noble ladies hiding behind the fans. No one is willing to be the first to answer. Macarius Sauerback. Over his many years of service, Governor Drivestem earned Theodore's trust, and he holds his high office for a reason. Sauerback's tone is stern and imperious. On behalf of House Sauerback, I support his accusations. Gaprak. Your lordship, Governor Drivestem has always faithfully served the rogue traders of House von Valentius and concerned himself with the future of your trade dynasty, and so House Gaprak thinks his charge against House Viserion to be sound. The augmetics hide Toriana's emotion, but her voice sounds slightly timorous. Clementia Viserion, I humbly ask you to allow me to speak in defense of my family's honor. The evidence provided by the governor is utterly false. I cannot refute it, but I can say with confidence that no one from my family has ever tried to forge documents in the Adeptus Administratum, let alone undermine the economy of your capital. Sabotaging logistics, riots, conspiracy. The case appears to be flimsy. I wish to learn more before I make a final decision. Yeah, I'm not yet ready to accuse them or call them guaranteed not guilty. Let's learn more. As you wish, your lordship. The governor inclines his head in a stiff bow. Speak to me when you are ready to announce your verdict. Thank you for your willingness to help, Lord Captain. I'm certain that all the charges are false and would be grateful for your help in exposing them as such. I think you should speak to everyone present, the noble lords and ladies. Okay. So who do we have around? Let's talk to Drivestem. Governor Drivestem is surrounded by his retinue, who are all dressed in expensive gowns and finery. The matching color scheme of their outfits and the striking physical resemblance among them suggest they all come from one family. Your lordship, thank you for giving this case your undivided attention. The governor bows and the rest hasten to follow suit. I wish to hear your reasoning again. What makes you think the Worsarians are behind the plot against me? As soon as the logistics and economical problems gave rise to the initial rumors, we tried to find the person responsible for spreading the calls for Voltvir's return. The investigation showed that some of the documents inside the Adeptus Administratum were forgeries. We can thank my son Cornelius for such astute observations. Your lordship, a slender young man bows to you awkwardly and nervously licks his dry lips. I assure you that my humble person is undeserving of your attention. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the Administratum Palace, and it was he who discovered the errors leading to the disrupted logistics. It is also thanks to him that we found the perpetrators of the forgeries, who admitted to acting on the orders of House Viserion. What do you make of this letter I found on one of the assailants? Governor Drivestem peers closely at the blood-stained paper. It looks like another piece of evidence incriminating House Viserion. Perhaps they truly did intend to kill you, or at least cause a stir to help them escape custody during the confusion that followed. All the assailants were high-functioning servitors. Such servitors are only employed by families close to the Adeptus Mechanicus. High-functioning servitors? Drivestem ponders this, rubbing his chin with his thumb. Such servitors are indeed rare, and the Gapraks do have them in their service, but this could have been done intentionally with the eye to confuse you. Anyone with the desire and sufficient funds can hire them. Tell me more of your son, Drivestem. Thank you for your interest, your lordship, but I am not worthy of it. Oh, that's Cornelius. Thank you for your interest, your lordship, but I am not worthy of it. The governor's son bows and stands still as he nervously stares down at the floor. Son, show due respect. Forgive him, your lordship. This is the first time he had the honor of attracting the attention of the rogue trader. Tell me more about your job, Cornelius. What do you do? I manage the documents and records related to the economy of Dargonus. You probably know how scrupulous the workers of the Adeptus Administratum are. I'm afraid that a more detailed explanation of my duties would mirror the administrative processes of the Administratum. Too long and overly detailed. Cornelius tries to look you in the eye, but it is clearly hard for him to do so. How did you manage to find the forged documents in the bureaucratic hell that is the Administratum? When compiling reports on the last cycle's supply chain, I noticed inaccuracies and discrepancies in the figures. With the help of the other clerks, I managed to find several other documents. Cornelius stammers and swallows noisily. Comprehensive data analysis has shown that the discrepancies were caused by intentional tampering with the data, thus leading to some logistical problems that were practically unsolvable. Father and I have managed to single out the Administratum clerks responsible for tampering with the data. Following a heated interrogation, they confessed they were following the orders of someone from House Viserion. Everything was supposed to look as though they were the ones suffering losses from the logistical and economic problems. But does House Viserion have access to the Adeptus Administratum? There's no conceivable way they could do all of this in a place where they do not hold any power. Before replying, the governor's son nervously adjusts his expensive frock coat. I think the right amount of money can open any door. Cornelius, what is the true reason for your nervousness? The young man's pupils suddenly dilate. He stands at attention and replies to you in one breath. This is the first time I've spoken face to face with the rogue trader. I'm afraid of saying something wrong or forgetting something important. The governor closely watches his son. His tone changes, now sounding strict and curt. Do you wish to tell the Lord Captain anything else? Coercion, which is guaranteed success. Place your hand on your weapon. You are speaking to a rogue trader, and my patience is running out. Or, I see you cannot contain your awe in the face of the grand persona of your lord. I will not trouble you with any more questions. I feel like there is more that Cornelius should be telling us or wants to tell us. There's something more going on with his nervousness. But threatening him feels like I'm stepping over a line I shouldn't, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because if there is some other detail that he's too afraid to tell us, I want him to tell me. You are speaking to a rogue trader. My patience is running out. You see the flash of terror in Cornelius' eyes as he stares at your hand on your weapon. He speaks quietly and confusedly, without raising his head. Forgive me, your lordship. I can't do it anymore. This lie has gone too far, and I can no longer control it. The truth is that all the logistical problems were caused by a single error in the numbers. My mistake. Seriously? Governor Irvin drives to him. What? Irvin looks genuinely shocked and enraged. When I discovered my mistake, it was almost impossible to restore the supply lines. Then I was approached by someone who said they were a friend. They did not give me their name, and I never saw their face. They promised to fix the problems. All I had to do was pretend that the Wissarians were responsible for the mistake. And as for the rest of the evidence, they promised to arrange it all. And then Cornelius is suffocating with fear, unable to speak. Wow. Did we just solve this entire case by talking to one person? Because it seems like it. Urban curls his hands into fists, the knuckles turning white. What have you done? How could you? Your lordship. He suddenly turns to you as if trying to shield his son. This is my fault. I trusted my son and have failed at you in doing so. I beg you, have mercy. Abelard, he's way over here, but apparently listening in. Abelard shakes his head. And you called my family's honor into question, Urban. Nevertheless, I harbor no desire to kick a man when he is down. Lord Captain, the confession you have obtained means that House Wissarian can now be cleared of all charges. But we still do not know who was behind the forgeries, the riots, the plot, the assassination attempts. Someone is committing their foul deeds and sowing chaos right under your subjects' noses. To leave that stone unturned would be dangerous. What is this friend that approached you, Cornelius? How did the two of you communicate? Urban, your son has found the courage to admit his mistake. I'll try and find some compassion for him in my heart. Cornelius, I hereby sentence you to death immediately. Rough. What was this friend that approached you, Cornelius? How did the two of you communicate? By letter. I received a letter out of the blue one day. It was unsigned, but the person writing already knew about my erroneous calculations. They offered to help me cover up my misdeed, and in return, I would name the Wissarians as the ones who had sabotaged the supply lines. All I had to do was gather together some documents and reports that were listed in one of the letters. That, and keep my mouth shut. Your son has found the courage to admit his mistakes. I will try to find some compassion for him in my heart. Thank you, your lordship. The governor bows low, then gives his son a look full of bitterness and frustration. And as for your position, I think you will be reassigned to a role requiring less responsibility. I shall return to you later. I do still want to talk to everyone else and find out any more details before we just end this, because apparently there's a lot more going on.
I won't tolerate weakness.
As you draw closer, the wardens step aside, bowing respectfully, allowing you to approach the Wissarian family. Clementia, tired and slightly disheveled, is the first to bow her head in your deference. Several men and women behind her follow suit. Your lordship, the woman stammers as if lost for words, accept my most humble apologies for failing to greet you properly, and my thanks for agreeing to speak to me before making your final decision. The charges brought by the governor are severe, but I can only assure you that this and swear on my own honor, we are not guilty of the crimes that House Wissarian is being accused of. Clementia, You hear sorrow creep into Abelard's voice, belying his stern facade. You were acting head of this family. You were supposed to take care of each and every family member. And now you are being accused of treason and collusion against the rogue traitor, and the entire family is facing death. How could you let this happen? Abelard, you already know that she's innocent. The fact that we can continue on after we know that they're not guilty. Are you truly guilty? Be honest. I will not tolerate lies. Clementia, if you know that a member of your family is guilty of the crimes you are being accused of... Abelard, it is your family too, you know. The woman's voice burns with defiance. My apologies, I should not lose my composure. No member of House Viserion is involved in a conspiracy against his lordship. Honor and loyalty are not something we take lightly, and we know whom we serve. The governor claims you forged documents in the Administratum. The fleet is the primary remit of House Viserion. It is our responsibility. Logistics and supply routes are another area of our responsibility. We have no direct influence on the inner workings of the Adeptus Administratum. The first large-scale deliveries were cancelled after quantities of food were miscalculated by clerks in the Administratum. Then we were faced with incorrect weather data and a meager fuel budget. It was clear that the cause of all these problems was the calculation performed in the Administratum, in one way or another. But no matter how many times we asked, we could not obtain any clarification on the matter. I found this letter on the bodies of the heretics who planned the attack. What can you tell me about it? While Clementia reads the letter, the Viserians behind her read over her shoulder. Your lordship, let us be frank. It would be foolish of me to try and orchestrate something like this, knowing how many wardens are patrolling your palace. I would not have let myself or anyone in my family get involved in such a scheme. The attackers were high-functioning servitors, ones that looked closer to ordinary humans. Do you know anything about them? Servitors, is that so? Clementia crosses her arms and furrows her brow, deep in thought. I've encountered servitors that were indistinguishable from normal, augmented humans, but only once. They were accompanying several members of House Gaprak. Yeah, everyone's pointing finger at House Gaprak about the servitors. If you're not guilty, who is? Who stands to gain from framing you? Anyone, really. Clementia replies with a bitter laugh. The other houses consider us unworthy of our position, and many would jump at the chance to get rid of us and gain control over what once was our domain. The planet's fleets and logistics, at the very least. Lady Theodore chose to grant noble status to House Viserion, but the other houses, which have served in the Expanse for millennia, did not welcome the decision. It has led to some difficulties. I want to find out what is going on here and who the real mastermind behind all this. Where should I start? I'm afraid I cannot be of much help. Talk to the representatives of the other houses, eavesdrop on their retinue, and perhaps you will hear something unusual. I must take my leave. Eavesdrop on their retinue, that's an interesting idea. All these charges, there cannot possibly be any evidence to corroborate them. We are not involved in any plot. What about you guys yelling at each other? Trumped up charges are the only reason we are standing here today. Nothing more.
Follow my lead.
Alright, so we definitely want to talk to Gaprak. You guys are just nameless aristocrats. Fine. Who do we have over here? Sourback. Associates. As long as Macarius is the head of our house, we have nothing to worry about. Viserions thought too highly of themselves. Luckily, their brush with power has been brief. So we've got Sourbacks here. Before bowing, Sourback scrutinizes you with a bitter, judgmental look. Really? Your lordship? Hector Sourback, looking like a younger copy of his father, stands at a slight distance, close to his mother. An expensive yet understated dress serves to highlight the dazzling beauty of Macarius' wife, Regina Sourback. Sourback stares eerily at, and revulsion flickers across his face. That's fair. I did bring a Xenos here. Lord Imperium, look closely at Macarius. Despite Sourback's attempts to suppress his revulsion, the presence of inhumans in your retinue undoubtedly reflects his fervent desire to eliminate the enemies of humanity. I mean, being upset about Xenos being here is not necessarily a bad thing. Do my companions distress you, Sourback? Sourback's face turns red, his furious gaze trained upon you. Free-flowing rage boils in every word he says. The rogue traitor is the chosen servant of the Emperor and one of humanity's best. By surrounding yourself with depraved Xenos, who scorn the very exceptionalism of humankind, you teeter on the brink of heresy, and no privilege granted by the Emperor can blind others to that fact. The thought of existing in the same sector as xenos is revolting, but their presence in your retinue here in the capital city of the Von Valencia's Trade Dynasty enrages me. To have xenos sullying the streets of this planet after what we endured, and under the protection of the rogue trader no less. Sarback takes a deep breath and exhales noisily. His rage subsides, but his burning gaze remains fixed on you. With a pained and distressed expression, Regina glances at her husband, her hands whirring the ruffles of her dress. Alright. That's all fair. It's a bit bold to state to the rogue trader's face, but I can't really fault you. Do you really believe the Wissarians are guilty? Certainly, Sarback replies without hesitation. Governor Drivestem possesses proof of their guilt, and they have no means by which to refute it. Even if I were to entertain the idea that the Wissarians are being framed, how much longer would their house have lasted anyway, if it is so ill-prepared for treachery? He addresses Abelard with a slight mocking tone. My advice to House Wissarian would be not to appeal to the rogue trader for help, but instead to simply stop, accept their fate, and not make matters worse for themselves. You guys are all hanging out way over here? I cannot remember Ignatius von Valencia seeking your advice on what House Wissarian should do in this situation. Pay attention, Macarius. Focus on the rogue trader's questions. Who apart from the Wissarians could have motive to conspire against me? House Drivestem, wishing to expand their clout. House Gaprak, who lost their influence after the Kiava Gamma incident. Sarback looks back at his family, then turns to you again. House Sarback, whose patriarch is too direct in his communications with the rogue trader. Anyone could have reason to conspire against you, and equally, they could have none. It is not a question of motive, but of loyalty. Each of your subjects has sworn an oath of loyalty to you, so whose sincerity do you doubt? I'm not going to charge him with heresy for being against Xenos. The assailants sent to the palace were rare, high-functioning servitors. Do you think the Gapraks could be behind the attack? Sarback looks away briefly and replies to you with a curt laugh. I have always thought Toriana was too weak to participate in such risky ventures, but it seems I was wrong about her. Like, I could make the claim about heresy, but I don't see a point. House Sarback has faithfully served the Von Valencia's dynasty of rogue traders. We have never given anyone cause to doubt our loyalty. Let's talk to Regina. I guess we can't. Servitors and tech priests reporting on current actions, data extraction from the memory repository of the servitors will take 3 standard Terran cycles. Data decoding will take 30 standard Terran cycles. Okay, so we've got some Gapraks there. Let's listen in on some of the others around. People are saying that Theodora wanted to name someone else as her heir. Nonsense. There's only one true rogue trader. The heretics deserve to be exposed and executed, even those among us. People are saying, yeah, okay. You guys are talking a lot about the heir, but about Kunrad. But doesn't seem like you're with him. Have you seen Halen today? We came together, but I haven't seen him since. He will miss out on the fun if he doesn't hurry up. Halen? Who is Halen? Halen? Hey, yes, I did see him briefly. He looked awfully tense, like he was fit to explode. I think he was headed towards the entrance hall, where the altars are. Do you think he knows something about the Wissarians' crimes? Please speed up. Him? As if. He never had any business with those arrogant parvenus. Okay, I guess that's that from you. But potentially someone named Halen is at least showing up in conversation. The lords and ladies, sumptuously dressed in the colors of House Gaprak, are standing in a half circle around Toriana and her son Vincent. The bodies and faces of almost every member of the dynasty are covered in large ornate augmetics. Toriana Gaprak curtsies to you. Her mechanical voice sounds distant and indifferent. Greetings, your lordship. May the Omnissiah grant you understanding. With a click, her visor oculars swivel to the seneschal. Abelard, it must be difficult for you to be here under these circumstances, with your house standing accused of such a grave crime. My family, Lady Toriana, is yet to be found guilty of anything. That verdict is for the rogue trader to reach. Do you think the accusations against the Wissarian family are true? I would not take such a responsibility upon myself to rule on their guilt, your lordship. I do think Governor Drivestem's accusations are worthy of consideration, however. In your opinion, which nobles might have reason to be party to such a conspiracy? She thinks for several moments before replying. Pardon my bluntness, your lordship, but I will answer truthfully. It can be anyone. Greed, fear, ideals can drive even the most loyal subjects to do the unthinkable. I have examined the bodies of the assailants that were killed today. All of them were high-functioning servitors. Such servitors are only employed by families close to the Adeptus Mechanicus, isn't that so? It is impossible to read Toriana's emotions in her heavily augmented face, but her sudden turn towards her family betrays her confusion and surprise. Perplexed whispers bounce from one family member to another. Impossible. We came here by ourselves without any servitors. We know nothing about it. Your lordship, thank you for informing us of this. You are absolutely right. My house has indeed been endowed with high-functioning servitors, a blessing for those who revere the Omnissiah, but today, none of our house members were accompanied by them. I found this note on the bodies of one of the attackers. What are your thoughts on it? Toriana's mechanical fingers grip the paper. Officially, high-functioning servitors are employed by my house and my house alone. If such units were to attack the rogue trader, suspicion would instantly fall upon the Gapraks. I assume that this is what the Wissarians intended to happen, but they did not expect that the servitors would have this letter on them. Vincent, I wish to speak with you. Okay. Ready to serve, your lordship. How may I help you? What do you make of the charges against the Wissarian family? Could they truly be guilty? It's odd that we have a choice to speak to him alone and we haven't had that choice with anyone else. I do not think I can doubt the validity of the accusations, but... Vincent's voice trails off and he seems to retreat into himself for a moment. Before continuing, he takes a deep breath. I am also not sure that House Wissarian had a reason to betray you, your lordship. I do not know of any instance where their loyalty to you and the Emperor was anything less than unwavering. I know you care for Astaria Wissarian. Are you prepared to watch her die? Vincent's jaw augmetic screeches slightly. The young man scrutinizes his mother and the other family members for a few moments. There is something you ought to know, your lordship. Today, I noticed one of my family members to be in an odd and characteristic mood. Halen Gaprak is my paternal second cousin once removed. May the Emperor save his soul. Usually reserved and self-possessed, today he was frantic and anxious, fidgeting with a small piece of paper and seemingly looking for someone to no avail. When I last saw him, he was headed to the entrance hall where the altars are. Perhaps you should talk to him. That will do. So that's two people pointing us to Halen. I should take my leave.
A new challenge for me.
Let's see if we can find this Halen Gaprak. You're down there. Oh, you're the one we talked to before. You were unnamed before. Now you have a name. We can head in here, see if anything new stands out, because it's been a little while. And that seems to be a no. Still can't believe we just leave the door to this place permanently open. Seems like a foolish bit of poor security.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Camera? There we are. Alright, let's go talk to Halen. A finely dressed man of middle years is kneeling in front of the altar. His palms folded in prayer close to his face. The implant-free part of his skin are a sickly blue color. The little man does not react to your presence. He does not lift his head. He does not blink. He does not even breathe. Only when you draw closer do you realize that he is dead. Oh. Okay. Abelard looks at the man, his eyes grim. The colors of House Gaprak. I do not believe he decided to take his own life in such an extravagant way. As far as I know, there is a warden post here, but I do not see any wardens. The Seneschal looks around. There is no one to ask about what happened here, with whom the man spoke before he died. I would like to ask Urband where the palace guard suddenly disappeared to. Wow, minus 60 difficulty. It is interesting that they're giving me percentages now. That must be with the latest update. Let's awareness examine the body. Let's go Medicae first. We have a higher chance. Try to determine the cause of death. Death came for him suddenly and ravaged his body with cramping spasms that prevented him from falling to the ground. Some rare poison have such side effects. The affected victim suffocates slowly without being able to move or call for help. Let's examine the body. Also succeeded. There are no visible wounds on the body, but near the edge of the gold-trimmed collar, you notice a tiny puncture in his blue skin, likely a wound caused by a thin needle. Let's search the pockets. You discover a secret pocket in the lining of the dead man's luxurious jacket. You find a folded piece of paper inside, hiding behind a handkerchief embroidered with the initials HG, which would be him. Short note. Make sure the rogue trader is attacked by someone loyal. It should appear as if it was all staged to let the Ursarian family escape. This is the last assignment. Soon your debt will be paid off in full. Let's look around. You're almost certain the wardens are usually stationed nearby, but their post is empty. Where have they gone? This would be an excellent question to put to Governor Drivestem. Alright, let's step away from the corpse. Alright, Governor.
None shall stand
Why
in my
did the
way.
wardens suddenly abandon post right as a guy got killed? Are you guilty? When you approach them, the conversations die down. The governor bows his head in deference. How may I serve you, your lordship? Are you ready to pronounce your verdict yet? I can't ask him about... Members of... Wait. Here. Usually stationed nearby. Where have they gone? This would be an excellent question to put to Governor Drivestem, but I can't. I just have to pronounce my verdict. Well, we can listen in on some of their associates. Various servants. No one I can talk to about that. Huh. Maybe we have to do the pronouncement, declare them innocent, and then we can ask about... Let's talk to the Gapraks again. Let them know that their person died. See if we can get any more information after that. The lords and ladies, sumptuously dressed in the colors of House Gaprak, are standing in a half circle around Toriana and her son Vincent. The bodies and faces of almost every member of the dynasty are covered in large ornate augmetics. Toriana Gaprak curtsies to you. Her mechanical voice sounds distant and indifferent. Greeting your lordship, may the Omnissiah grant you understanding. With a click of her visor, swivels to the Seneschal. Abelard must be difficult. Yeah, we've already gone through all this. Okay. I discovered a dead body, a member of your house, right here in my palace. He died kneeling in prayer. Toriana covers her mouth with her hand in surprise and turning to her family, looks for someone among them. Halen, it can't be. Halen, was it? Tell me about him, Toriana. Halen is one of the lower-ranking members of House Gaprak. Despite his advanced age, he never held high office. But he was forever striving to better his position, even beyond his abilities. Many members of my house struggled to cope with the misfortune that befell Kiava Gamma and our family. Some members could not reconcile themselves to our new position. Halen was one of them. What could have happened to him? Toriana's visor oculars are fixed on the floor, her fingers restlessly clenching in the fabric of her dress. Toriana, the time to keep silent is long gone. The future of the Von Valencius trade dynasty and your house are both at stake now. We lost Gamma, a truly devastating blow to every member of House Gaprak. I lost all hope for the future, and my kin lost their sense of purpose. We needed time to recover and chart a new course for ourselves. We were, and still are, more than capable of doing that, but I will not deny it. The other houses have offered us their assistance, but for their own self-serving ends. Perhaps Halen decided to take them up on one of their offers behind my back. The Seneschal bows ever so slightly and speaks quietly so that only you can hear him. Lord Captain, the Gapraks, all or perhaps only some of them, are definitely involved, but I suspect that they were not behind the plot against you. Helen Gaprak could be nothing more than a puppet in the hands of a deaf puppet master. We must expose whoever that is, and if we are to prevent the pestilence of heresy from spreading any farther. What do you suggest we do? Interrogate the heads of the Drivestream and Sourback houses. One of them has been pulling the strings here. Once we uncover new evidence, announce the guilty party will be publicly executed. Before you pronounce the verdict, I suggest focusing on each house in your indictment speech, and I shall observe them. I have known those people far longer than you have. I know all their gestures, habits, behavioral quirks. I am sure that I will be able to determine which of them was responsible for the riots based on their behavior. I should take my leave. Okay. We could go back to Sourback. We did skip a question about his hatred of us. Maybe we should ask it. Your unveiled hatred for me is so obvious, Sourback. It is grounds enough to charge you with heresy. I'm hearing this from you, the Emperor's servant who flouts all that is sacred, the person who seems to think the laws of the Imperium are meaningless. Macarius, now is a time when you would do well to stop and not make matters worse for yourself. I discovered a dead body in my palace. A man of House Gaprak was killed while praying to the Emperor. He had this note on him. Do you know anything about it? Macarius looks at the note without taking it from your hands and replies without hesitation. No, I know nothing about this note. Okay. We didn't ask them about the note. And it seems that I can't.
Victory awaits.
Let's talk to the Wissarians. Even though that's not where Abelard said to go. Just in case they have anything further to say. I discovered the body of Halen Gaprak here, in this palace. He had this note on him. Do you know anything about it? The younger members of the Wissarian family crowd around to examine the note in Clementia's hands. All present are beset with worry and bewilderment. I am not sure if it is relevant, but perhaps you should know. Since the fall of Kapagama, House Gaprak has been faring poorly, to say the least. They have been looking for ways to enhance their influence and to improve their lot, including asking for help from the other noble houses. They have not approached us, of course. It is shameful to seek help from those you consider your inferiors, you understand. Perhaps the Drivestreams or Sourbacks can tell you more about this matter. Okay, and then move on to the Drivestems. You, Governor. When you approach them, the conversations die down. How may I serve you, your lordship? Are you ready to pronounce your verdict yet? Did you see Halen Gaprak today before I arrived? Halen, I did not see him myself, but perhaps... The governor turns around and asks his family, have any of you seen him today? The nobles talk quietly among themselves, and then a middle-aged woman with a tall, extravagant hairstyle replies to you, I think my sister and I saw him sitting on the bench some distance away from the palace's entrance. We think he was accompanied by a gentleman, but forgive us, your lordship, we could not make out his face. Lead me to that place. Of course, consider it done.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Is it you that I'm following? I assume so.
Halt! I noticed
I
something.
saw Lord Gaprak conversing with someone here, your lordship. It was an honor to assist you. Thank you.
I did it?
I recognize this bouquet. House Starbuck usually serves this wine. Okay. So, someone from Sourback was talking to him, is the theory. I found a dead body in my palace. A member of House Gaprak was slain in front of an altar. Do you know anything about it? Member House Gaprak was killed in the palace. The governor's eyes bulged in surprise, and no one noticed. But how? There are wardens posted at every altar. There was no one near the deceased. The wardens had left their post. Did you order them to do so? Emperor forbid, your lordship. The governor helplessly throws his hands up in the air, as if to signify his powerlessness. Your negligence is stunning, Urband. An assassination attempt, followed by a mysterious death, and yet here you are, oblivious to everything. The rogue trader can justly accuse you of allowing a noble to be killed in the palace, failing to even notice it. It may be so, but it is for the rogue trader to accuse me of negligence, not you. The governor addresses you once more. Your lordship, accept my deepest apologies for my imprudence. Nothing matters more to me than my honor. I shall send the servants to deal with this all immediately. I shall return to you later. Let's talk to the Sourbacks about the wine or whatever that we found over there. My guess is Sourback is guilty and trying to pin it on the Gapraks and the Wissarians. Okay, they had nothing further to say. I assume nothing further from you, Toriana. Nope. So I think we are... Let's go back here, because we did get one more clue, and so we should check with you guys, just in case you have something to say, and you don't. So I think we do what Abelard said, and we say we're ready to accuse someone of death.
For me?
And then see how it goes. Summon everyone. I'm ready to pronounce my verdict. The Governor Drivestem tensely bows and replies without hesitation. Understood, your lordship. Allow me to prepare everything. Many faces are watching you, each and every one awaiting the rogue trader's verdict with bated breath. The charges brought by Governor Drivestem were fabricated. House Wissarian had nothing to do with the orchestration of the riots or the plot targeting the rogue trader. However, the real perpetrators are here in this very room. Seneschal nods to you as if urging you to continue, then shifts his piercing gaze to the crowds before you. Urban Drivestem, you have exhibited inexcusable negligence by failing to question the possible involvement of any other family besides the Wissarians. We have discovered that the attempt on my life was orchestrated by a member of House Gaprak. Urban Drivestem, you have accused House Wissarian of violations that were in truth the result of a grave error committed by your son. Toriana Gaprak, a member of your family, orchestrated the assassination attempt against me here in my own palace, and though he has already been found dead, his act is reason enough to forever brand your house as traitors. Macarius Sourback, your overt contempt towards me is reason enough to implicate you in the conspiracy. I know that House Sourback offered their help to the Gapraks, and the late Helen Gaprak seemed to have accepted the offer. I suspect that you were responsible for his death as well. Yeah, so let's go down the list. Urban Drivestem, you have exhibited inexcusable negligence by failing to question the possible involvement of any other family besides the Wissarians. We've discovered that the attempt on my life was orchestrated by a member of House Gaprak. Awareness test succeeded. The governor closes his eyes, fear and shame getting the better of him. Some faces in the crowd look confused and surprised, but you see more weary expressions of self-satisfied contempt. Abelard looks from the governor to you and suddenly shakes his head, as if to say, no, it is not Drivestem pulling the strings here. Urban Drivestem, you have accused House Wissarian of violations that were in truth the result of a grave error committed by your son. The governor closes his eyes, fear and shame getting the better of him. Some faces in the crowd look confused and surprised, but you see more wearing expressions of self-satisfied contempt. Abelard looks from the governor to you and suddenly shakes his head as if to say, no, it is not Drivestem pulling the strings here. Toriana Gaprak, a member of your family, orchestrated an assassination attempt against me here in my own palace. Though he has already been found dead, his act is reason enough to forever brand your house as traitors. Mocking whispers creep through the crowd. Toriana is trembling faintly. She still does not raise her head, perhaps out of fear of meeting her fate face to face. The Seneschal's hard gaze softens. An elusive gesture, visible only to you, conveys the message Toriana Gaprak is guilty only of her own poor judgment. I know that House Sauerbach offered their help to the Gapraks, and late Halen Gaprak seemed to have accepted the offer. I suspect that you are responsible for his death as well. Sauerbach furrows his brow and slightly cocks his head. He averts his gaze for the first time, as if trying to remember or make sense of something. You notice some restless movements behind him. Abelard narrows his eyes and scrutinizes Macarius Sauerbach and his retinue standing behind him. His sharp eyes light up when he catches sight of something important and hidden in the crowd. The seneschal looks at you and nods, as if to say, the puppeteer has given themselves away. Pronounce the verdict. But probably not Macarius, but someone else? I mean, I could just still state that. But I'll trust Abelard. Pronounce the verdict. In this conspiracy against the rogue trader, I find... The air in the room is frozen with a tense, almost electrified silence. All the nobles, some with fear and others with reverent anticipation, await your verdict. House Sauerbach guilty. Seneschal, you may take it from here. House Sauerbach guilty. The head of your family has never tried to hide his attitude towards me. That is more than enough to convict him. House Gaprak guilty. When he remembers, orchestrated an attack on the rogue trader. Treason by anyone's reckoning. House Sauerbach guilty. Seneschal, you may take it from here. I will trust Abelard to point out the guilty member. Abelard steps forward and stares intently at House Sauerbach's patriarch. Macarius, I must admit, I have always admired your bluntness, but just as I once had to say goodbye to a promotion because of my dislike for intrigue, you and your family might soon say goodbye to your heads. Tell me now, in your blunt fashion, are you loyal to House von Valentius? Sauerbach narrows his eyes, grimacing. I am loyal, Viserion. Abelard studies Sauerbach, then suddenly nods. You're not lying, but someone else is. Someone who is poised to destroy both you and your family for her own gain. Macarius does not have time to respond. Regina, who is standing beside him, raises her arm as if to slap the elderly seneschal. Abelard deftly catches her wrist, stopping her hand right in front of his face. Her dainty hand is adorned with a massive augmetic ring, topped with a thin spike of dripping with venom. Macarius Sauerbach. Sauerbach shifts his confused gaze from his wife to Abelard, then back again. The stiff arrogance has vanished from his posture. Regina, you? Mother. Upon realizing what has happened, Hetka recoils from his mother. Macarius, your bluntness makes you an open book. When I talked about helping the Gapraks, you had no idea what I was referring to. Your wife, on the other hand, her eyes started shifting, like you would not believe. Regina Sauerbach, you alone betrayed the rogue trader, jeopardizing the prosperity of the von Valentius trade dynasty, and you alone are responsible for your unmasking. Regina, why would you do this? Who aided you? There's no way you managed all this on your own. Why did you kill Helen Gaprak? Regina, why would you do this? Like the spike on her ring, Regina's words are dripping with poison and rage. Because Dargonus is serving an impostor, the true heir of the Protectorate bears a different name. When Kunrad appeared on Dargonus, he paid me a visit and opened my eyes to the truth of the situation. Theodore was killed by the one whom she had so unwarily taken under her wing. Macarius is too narrow-minded to even consider opposing the rogue trader, even an illegitimate one, so I had to wait for the right moment, and the disappearance of the Lord Captain could not have come at a better time. It was quite simple to trigger a chain of events on Dargonus so that the people remembered Master Voltvir's past service. It seemed that many of your subjects do not actually consider you a worthy successor. Why the Viserions? Because when stripped of the Seneschal's protection, this house is the weakest one of all of Dargonus, and they are also particularly disliked by the governor's family. It would have been easy to bury the Viserions under the accusations of heresy. Who aided you? There's no way you managed all this on your own. Oh, of course I didn't. I have too many helpers to list them all, but rest assured that there are plenty of them, just as there are plenty of people who follow Master Voltvir. My death will not change anything. The true rogue trader will come and take his rightful place when the time is right. Why did you kill Helen Gaprak? Halen was a good agent, but he was also a coward. He came to me just before our formidable rogue trader arrived. He was ready to confess everything. I suggested that he plead for the Emperor's forgiveness first, and he did grant him mercy, did he not? Abelard, the sentence has yet to be carried out. Finish this. Abelard turns his gaze to you. Does the rogue trader condemn only the rotten apple or the entire barrel? The entire family? No. I would not exterminate an entire noble line that is loyal to me just because of one traitor. In that case, Regina Sauerback shall be subjected to intense interrogation followed by execution. We received the traitor's ring, a marvelous compact weapon in the form of a ring that allows the wearer to fire a liquefier shot once per combat. Okay, and we proved Abelard's family is not guilty. Huzzah. By order of the rogue trader, Regina Sauerback is sentenced to death for heresy and crimes against the Von Valentius trade dynasty. Oh, that's looking quite brutal. Yikes. When the nobles disperse, sated by the bloody performance, Abelard approaches you, his steps firm. Lord Captain, you have my thanks. A rogue trader should not waste time on the matters that his servants and trustees can resolve, but in this case, your intervention was necessary, not just for the sake of my family, but for your trade dynasty as well. Virginia Sauerback, evidently Kunrad's accomplices continue to plot against your protectorate. I fear we have not heard the last of such scoundrels. Thanks to you, Lord Captain, House Viserion is saved, although it came close to being wiped out as a result of scheming without and imprudence within. Abelard pauses for a moment, staring off into the distance. Sometimes I think about how much I could teach them. I could ensure that they survive in the future without me. What are you going to do now? You and your family must be prepared for the next time something like this happens. What are you going to do now? I need time to reflect upon what happened and the role I played in it. I think I will be ready to resume this conversation later when we are back on board the ship. Abelard bows to you deferentially and turns away lost in thought. So then we'll need to talk to Abelard on the ship's bridge, but I think this is a fine place to stop this stream. So next time we'll pick up from here, possibly talk to Clementia just to see if she has anything to say. And then we still need to talk to the Arbites, who should be waiting around here to talk to me somewhere. But yeah, I will see you guys then. Thanks for watching. Bye.